Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
We are hearing. We are seeing also the slide.
Testing 1 2.
You have to disconnect.
We are seeing the
You have to disconnect that too. It should have just one mic.
one.
It is so we have to entertain us before.
Oh, come on. Yeah, no, but it's because the one lag alone was just a little later. So at this angle, it should be separated from this system.
Wow.
You can be at this set of me, I can set it up. This one will come from maybe probably from the back.
But to me, it was very Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to especially welcome us to this conference, Water Access Conference 3. Before we start, I want to confirm that people online can hear us so that we will not. So if you can hear us online, please just unmute and tell
Yes,
us.
I am hearing.
Okay,
Yes, good
I
morning.
can see the hand that you are able to
It's
hear us.
audible.
We will start with the national anthem. I think. Can we be upstanding as we listen to the national anthem?
Focus.
No sound.
Actually, it was starting in my week. Oh, statement.
What is dealing us now? What's it? Thank you very much. We may be seated.
Thank you.
There are some presentations that will be made, or there's some speech that was supposed to be made. We are to have a welcome address from the PI, which is Professor M.O.H. Amuda. He is not here, but when he comes, we would go on with that. I am Folusha Agumbiade, the LOC chairman. I want to welcome every one of us to this location. The history of this conference is as a work of Afretec. It's part of our effort. We, the community, but with the conference is starting now. but we have the opening ceremony by 2, knowing that there are other activities in the university that may not make the university management to be here, and we want the university management to be with us. So we believe that by 2, the university management will be able to join us to declare the conference open. We have the government. The Zoom link is there in the Google document, and every other thing that we want is there in the Google document. We will be communicating more with the WhatsApp and the Google document. We would use less of paper. So the presentations are also in the Google documents if we want to have access to them, and so many other things that we need to know. Whenever we need to start, we want to keep to time as much, because we know that it's an hybrid event, and people that will be online, if we don't keep to time, will be a bit perturbed. So we will be keeping to time. So all those people that are moderating sections should please take note that time is of the essence, and we want to keep to that. That being said, the first plenary session will be presented by my humble self, and I will go to that straight away, because that is supposed to be from 9:30 to 10:15. After which we will start the parallel sessions. I will go for the coffee or tea break, whichever one we want to call it out of the 2, or whichever one you want to go for out of the 2. So I want to welcome every one of us. Trust God that a memorable conference, and later we will be doing all the other welcoming and pleasantry. Thank you very much. So once again, I also welcome all of us that we are members of the conference online. We will love to have your full engagement for the event. Let me confirm that you are able to see my slide online.
Yes.
Just give it up if you're able to see.
But it's not in presentation mode. But it's clear.
I'm not able to see any response. Somebody said no audio
I said
online.
it is not, we are
But that was
seeing it. We are also
9:18.
seeing you.
Can you hear?
Yes, I do hear.
Hello? It seems as if the
Hello,
people
I do hear
are not,
you.
they couldn't hear us. And it's important that we settle that. Professor Wali, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, he said he can hear us. And you're able to see our slide, the slide?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So once again, I want to welcome us. My name is Folusha Gumbiade. I'm a professor of industrial chemistry, and I will be making a presentation on early warning systems, wastewater-based epidemiology, and I will also be talking about treatment methods. What are the treatment methods? These are part of my own research work and the likes of that. I put my CV because you need to hear my citation. You want to hear me. I previously mentioned my presentation will be the slide, the moving. Movement from here. Okay, I would want to talk about what are the global water supply system issues. The conference is about water supply. So what are the global water supply issues? What are the issues around the emerging contaminants? And how do we build early warning system? Particularly, early warning system came as a result of drug abuse. Then wastewater-based epidemiology. All those two are based on drug abuse, and I'm going to go in to look at water treatment. Now, you will agree that the whole earth has increase in population, and the increase in population has gotten to a point that by 2023, it was reported by WHO that over 20 billion people on earth lack access to water. So the conference is about water access, and 20 billion people on earth, they live in countries that has water problems. They are in water stress environments. And it has become even a more serious issue because of climate change. Just that they drink water from contaminated sources. So which means that, dealing with treatment is one fundamental thing that we need to look about. In any case, if you are going to be able to deal with water problems, we need to look at how do we deal with contaminants. And there is a class of contaminant that is currently not being massively measured. The science consider it as contaminants from around 2008. And those are pharmaceuticals, emerging contaminants. Because we use them, and when we use them, we dispose them indiscriminately. There were studies in Argentina where people were becoming obese because they were drinking water that they've used veterinary medicine, veterinary production of livestock are using pharmaceuticals, especially antibiotics, to build flesh in animals. And the excretion of those animals, the heating of those animals is then translating the residue of the antibiotics into human, and people are becoming obese. And as a result of that, in 2013, I carried out a series of studies in which we are looking at antibiotic residues, hormones. We are looking at other toxic materials in water systems. A report of feminization of aquatic animals, in which aquatic animals are exposed to hormones, and male aquatic animals are expressing female symptoms, and vice versa. Then there are also a lot of reports about the antibiotic resistance. A number of antibiotics that have been developed by pharmaceutical companies are becoming ineffective because microorganisms are subjected to sublethal concentration of these antibiotics. And because it is sublethal, it's not killing the microorganism. And as a result of that, is resulting in the destruction, in the reduction of the efficacy of those antibiotics. What is the in thing now is now looking at what we call early warning systems. What early warning system does is to look at the microorganisms and every other stressors in the environment and predict and say, oh, if you continue like this outbreak will happen within this community. And that is what also leads to what we call wastewater-based epidemiology. In wastewater-based epidemiology, what we're trying to do is, if you want to look at the catchment of Lagos, University of Lagos, hypothetical, and you want to establish that these are the kind of drugs that people are using in University of Lagos, even it can be drug of abuse. What you just go and do is that you go to the wastewater plants of the university, collect the wastewater sample, and start to investigate either microorganisms and some of these drugs of abuse and any other thing that you want to use to be able to say, this is the pattern of drug use in University of Lagos. This is a pattern of the tendency of microorganism that could be there. And these are the tendencies of what will happen. I decided to show that I have published two works in this way, and those two works have been massively cited in the scientific community. In 2020, 2021, during COVID, a consortium of researchers from University of Lagos, University of Bath, and Stellenbosch University of South Africa came together to come up with a concept of early warning systems that is also based on wastewater biology. Smart cities or in resilient cities to build such a system that would be able to predictively tell you that, okay, this is going to happen at so time if we continue to live this type of lifestyle. We said, okay, we need to look at what are the natural and anthropogenic stressors. Things like physical and physical state of the environment, things like the chemicals that are released into the environment, things like the biological component that are released into the environment, factors like the climate change, socioeconomic factors, a multidisciplinary concept. Now, when we collect stress or data from all this, we can use it to build a response system. And that response system will be able to, in real time, provide information for policymakers, provide information for the public, provide information for the practitioner in such a way that we'll be able to have early warning. For instance, let me use an example of what happened during COVID. During COVID, there are a lot of biological infections that we could have, probably if there are digital systems, we could have received signals that this is happening within an environment that would create a mitigation strategy. So early warning system is tracking waste system, and when you are tracking the waste system real time, you are getting information into the cloud, and those information in the cloud can then create a warning that there is an hotspot. For instance, I'm using the example of University of Lagos. If the pipes shows us that samples collected from a specific region is the one that is having the stressors, the one that is having the pollutants, then one can be able to say what is happening within this area and how do we mitigate. Now, this is what informed part of the concept of the work that we did with Afretec. This is what informed it. Building a digital urban environmental fingerprint. This is part of the publication that I just, talked about. This, what I'm presenting here, is from this wastewater-based epidemiology and early warning system building using digital innovation. Now, in this digital innovation, what we are trying to look at is we have 4 stages. Stage 1 is when we build the concept, when we start to build a network of who will be involved, when we start to look at who are the stakeholders, community engagement, when we start to look at how do we build capacity. After that, we will then look at what will actually formulate the fingerprint platform. We will look at what are the environmental stressors. Pharmaceuticals, all kinds of pollutants. We will look at how do we do a geomapping of it, then how do we do an autonomous sampling and sensing platform. Because it is not about you, it's a digital innovation. It's not about you going to collect sample. It's about building an autonomous sampling system, then stakeholder engagement, socioeconomic indicators, after which we'll then look at how do we model the data. After modeling the data, what we want to find out, what we want to result in is that we want to get data visualization and data integration. In data visualization and data integration, what we're trying to do is this. I have collected data. What is the data saying? In such a way that a lay person that doesn't even know what high pollutant concentration is or whatever could see either a signal that is going up like this, a signal that is coming up like this, or colors. This is done not only in water system. We are talking about a digital environmental system. It can also be done in air pollution, soil pollution, and all the likes of that. And then after doing all this together, then we have to the last two stages, which is implementation of the concept, and finally, how do you manage the platform, the system. And in doing this, you need a lot of data, very large, big data, because the data that you are putting together will have to be collected in real time and will have to be collected at a very frequent level. And such data can then be visualized. Such data can be transferred into early warning systems from the digital platform. So the digital urban environmental fingerprint is about fingerprinting. Just like our fingerprints can tell everything about us, the platform, the system, is also to create an early warning system to say, okay, in this community, there is a tendency of an outbreak of disease as a result of what is coming from the environment of that community. This is like the framework of what the DUEF would look like. You have the city profile. If we are using the whole of Lagos, we have to profile the whole city. Then we will look at selection of community for social engagement. We have some of our communities that we have been working with within this conference. So you select communities for social engagement. Then you look at where are you collecting samples. Now, these samples are not going to be samples that you'll be collecting physically. They will be samples that you will collect digitally. You will use probably sensors, or you use citizen scientists to say, okay, collect these samples at this frequency. Then you will be, the key issue is autonomous sampling and autonomous systems. Now, having established that, I mentioned that you will be using citizen scientists. You have selected the community to engage. Then you will have the data that you are collecting. The data that is collected can then be laboratory analysis, can be biomarkers, can be social economic markers, and we will then put all these together to come up with the outputs. The outputs can be we'll put all this together to come up with the algorithm or the interface that we are going to use to make a meaning out of the data. After which we will now have output. The output can be cause and effect. That, okay, if the concentration of antibiotics is high, this is what it will affect. This is what it will result into. The output can also be a geospatial information, in which case, if you are looking at the whole of Lagos, from the output, it can say Olusosun is red. Yaba is green. And that is telling us that, okay, so the geospatial information can tell you what is going on. The output can be spatial vulnerability map. That which area is spatially vulnerable, which environment, which community the early warning system can tell you that, okay, there will be outbreak in a so community if this continues. Then it can be location-based predictive model. Those are the outputs. In any case, all these outputs are early warning systems on health, because our health is a function of the environment that we live in. So it will tell us give us signal of early warning of things that could happen within the environment. This is a further explanation, but I'm not going to dwell so much on this. This is telling you that it has to be digital innovation. In any case, you have sensors that will be sensing some of the parameters that you want to use. You have a processor that is processing it, putting it into the cloud, and from the cloud, there will be data processing and the data processing will come up with visualization. The visualization can be in form of SMS. It can be in form of a website where we are also deploying this in air pollution. We have a team that is deploying this in air pollution together with LASEPA. And in doing that, you will see colors. You will see colors in different parts of Lagos. And those colors on that website will tell you that, okay, the air pollution in Alimoso is green. It's telling you that there is no problem. And on a daily basis, community can go to the website and say, okay, this is what is happening in our community. That can also be done for water and some other things. Then we can also have apps instead of websites that people will use to visualize and the likes of such. Autonomous sampling. This is like a ship, a small boat that is collecting sample on an autonomous platform. Then you have the sensors and you have the data analytics that is trying to measure whatever is going on. In any case, this is the architecture that we came up with. You'll be using Internet of Things, but you have several locations, location 1, location 2, location 3, that you are deploying sensors. The sensor may not only be water sensors. It may be air quality sensors, or it may even be a combination of all. Air, water, and probably any other sensors that you can use. And these sensors are IoT enabled in such a way that they are collecting real-time data. And that is the concept of the project. So it's collecting real-time. What we did is just 3 communities, but we can escalate it to a higher number of communities and the likes of such. So you have sensors that can be either used by citizen scientists or can be deployed to collect real-time samples, real-time data, and the real-time data will then be internet enabled. It will be processed. You have data storage. You have your data analytic and data presentation platform. As a result of that, stakeholders can access it either on their phone, this is phone, or on their laptops, or on their computers, on their laptop, whichever form of device they want to use, they can use it to be able to access the data and be able to say, oh, this is what is going on in our community, or this is what is going on in your community, and be able to provide solution. Now, that is on digital innovation. Other concept is for us to also look at, yes, I'm able to say that your water is polluted, or your water has this problem or the other, and so what? What about providing solution? What about looking at how do we, okay, sorry, it's not working. I'm sorry. Okay, this is where I am. What about how do we provide solution? Because it's not about identifying the problem. So there is a UN Sustainable Development Goal number 6 that is talking about clean water and sanitation. That we want to have clean water and sanitation for everybody. And to be able to do that, one key issue is water treatment technology. We need to develop water treatment technology that is cheap and readily available and sustainable, that people can use probably at home level, at domestic level, not a situation that would demand depending on a supplier or the likes of such. So as a result of that, we've carried out a number of studies that is looking at production of point of use hybrid clay composites. Point of use hybrid clay composite that people can do by themselves. What do? You take a biomass, some of the waste within our community. It can be wood waste, it can be corn cob waste, and all the likes of that. Then you take clay, kaolinite clay, or any form of clay that you want to put together. You may need to treat them with sodium hydroxide because you want to remove some of the impurities that may be within them. And then your normal household oven at 105. You subject it for 10 minutes at, often always have what we call wattage. At 540 watts, we subjected it to that and we washed it. We added zinc because zinc has been established to have antimicrobial activity. Today, if you look at close-up, I may not talk about other because I use close-up. If you look at close-up, you will see zinc. Zinc is used to replace fluoride. So zinc has been established to have antimicrobial activity. So that's the reason why we added zinc. And zinc is not toxic. So we added zinc, and together we came up with a fixed bed system. That is like the column that you use. That's those candle that you use for water treatment. Then we have that fixed bed system, and we carried out a number of studies in which we were able to look at how is it able to remove microorganisms. And we have very fantastic and very good results. Some of our results is here. I don't want to bore you with I'm just using this to show the variation, this particular point, variation between the clay itself and the adsorption that we have done. And we then look at the surface morphology and be able to establish, okay, that this is to characterize and be able to establish that really we've been able to prepare the adsorbent that could be able to remove microorganisms. We use this for 3 different microorganisms: Vibrio chloreri, the one that is responsible for cholera; Salmonella typhila, the one that is responsible for typhoid; and E. coli, the one that is responsible for dysentery. These are things that these are diseases that we have within the environment or within the community. And we were able to establish that, yes, our materials has good absorption property. Our material has good absorption property. It has good pore structure that will be able to remove these contaminants. As a result of that, we then use it on this microorganism. Like I mentioned before, these are different materials that were prepared, and we then look at, okay, if we take 2 grams of it and we pass water through it at 8 ml per minute, at what point are we going to have breakthrough? Or between 0 minutes to 400 minutes, there was no microorganism coming out at all. After 400 minutes, at this flow rate, we start to see microorganism coming out. We did that for 3 different materials that were prepared. This one was at 800 minutes, and this one was at about 250 minutes that we have microorganism coming out. Now, what is the implication of, this is for, the previous one was for E. coli. This is for Salmonella typhila and Vibrio cholerae. 400 minutes, 400 minutes, 200 minutes. In any case, what we are trying to say is that this is able to actually treat the microorganism. This work is published. It's published in that journal. And we varied the concentration that, okay, initially, what we did was to use 10 raised to power 3 coliform per mil. That is a relatively small microbial load. We now look at it that, okay, what about if you have a very large microbial load? And we also have that. Then we use steam to regenerate. That, okay, if our adsorbent is used, people can use steam at home easily. So you just pour the adsorbent into water, hot water, and use it to regenerate the adsorbent. So these are things that one can do by oneself and not necessarily big science. You regenerate it. And we noticed that for 3 recycle, that is, use it, regenerate, use it, regenerate 3 times, we only have about 31% loss in capacity. We have about 31% loss in capacity. For 24 hours, is able to continue to filter. And don't forget that you don't filter throughout the day. You only filter the quantity that you need. In any case, it shows that it's a good concept. I'm not going to dwell because of our time. I'm not going to dwell on this. We also use it for looking at removal of phosphate. We studied removal of phosphate. We prepared similar material using kaolinite clay, carica papaya seed, and plantain peel. We also put zinc into it. And at the end of the day, we had very good, this is the characterization. It shows us what is the material that is inside it. As scientists, we know that this is also part of the characterization It shows us a change in the functional group and the surface morphology that is also quite very good. And this is showing us we have to do a kinetic and thermodynamic study. What is that trying to tell us? The rate at which this is removing the phosphate. Phosphate can be associated with sanitation because when you release debt, when you release physics into the environment, it will result in phosphate being part of your system. And I would just want to go forward. This also has been published. That is this is the phosphate work. And we also did a number of other studies. All of this is to develop adsorbents that can be used for treatment. This is for treatment of microorganisms. This is for treatment of dyes. This is for treatment of phosphates. This is for treatment of other anions, fluoride, nitrate, and other cations that may be in the environment. And finally, what we are currently working on is to develop what we call Z and S scheme catalysts, photocatalysts. Now, photosynthesis is a process that we can adopt, we can mimic. And when we mimic it, we can prepare materials. These are two materials that on their own may not be useful. But when you bring them together, they will create electrical field. And this electrical field can take light from the atmosphere, visible light from the atmosphere, and generate free radicals. And these free radicals can then remove pollutants from the environment. So we call it photocatalytic degradation. This is the current work that we are doing around this field, using it to remove emerging contaminants, using it for mineralization of organic pollutants, generating for different photocatalysts. If you look at in this study, what we did was to use it to remove ciprofloxacin. That's an antibiotic. We also use it to remove ciprofloxacin here. This is an S-scheme catalyst. This one is a Z-scheme catalyst. And we also use clay and iron together with graphene oxide from graphite, normal charcoal kind of material. And we use it to remove steroid hormones from the some of the collaborators all over the different people that we have worked together. This is my most recent collaborator. I also appreciate all the team members that we have been collaborating together to develop different concepts. Later you would these people, they are also here, but because of my time, I want to also appreciate all my funders, various funders, particularly Afretec, but I've also been funded by TOAS, I've been funded by UK High, I've been funded by World Bank, and also been funded by TED Fund. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. So it's time for questions. Do you have any questions for Prof? Yeah, so we have 15 minutes. Okay. For presentation. I look at solution, and that starts with whether it's smart. No doubt, a lot of have it. The next is it. Yes, I want to believe that maybe we need to interrogate further where there may be safety concerns. Then, is it clean? Yes, a lot of it is clean. That is even what we are trying to achieve, to clean the environment and so on. Then the next thing is that, is it available? That is, we are trying to address potential of technology dependence. So if it's not available, then we should be very critical about it. If it is available, is it accessible? Because since we are looking at 2 billion people over, we are trying to solve their problem. And I want to say that most of those 2 billion people are living in abject poverty. That is even the reason why they are caught up in that space. So is it accessible to them, depending on their geographical locations and so on? Many are in third world countries and so on. Then the next thing is that, is it durable? Because if we must internationally distribute the ATOC, sorry, yes, of the technology, then the next thing is it affordable? Oftentimes people tell me you are asking for too much, but until and unless we put our solution in this perspective, the people that we really want to use this technology, the people that we want to be impacted by it, will still be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may quickly say 1 or 2 things about that. No, I'm listening there, sir. Yes, very fantastic. That is actually, we are not saying that this is fully ready. Yes, we can assume that probably based on the raw materials that we put together, it's safe. But we need to help us to probably do some toxicological tests. We can say, oh, it's affordable because we are using waste. But by the time people start to use the waste, because it has been valorized, the people that are using throwing the waste away will start to sell it. So we need a business person to help us look at the business angle. And that is one of the fantastic things about the project, that we've always been looking at all this. I want to believe that probably Dr. Mike will have an opportunity to make a presentation that he did a cost analysis of some of these things during the course of our project. So all the factors that you have put in are very, very essential. And there are questions that we continue to interrogate as we go on, even in this conference, at any other time we have opportunity to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. We don't have questions yet from our online participants, so that still gives room for more questions from the all. Any questions? But I have some questions, Prof.
I also answer. Other people will also.
Okay, sir.
Probably we should start with the man in the car with the white.
You have a question, sir?
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Sir.
Olusoga Lare is my name,
Okay.
From Agoigo community, a community participant. I want to appreciate you for this great work put together. But my own first question is very simple. How is this research work that you have put together be of benefits to a community or a layman in a community? In our community, how do you interpret this to their own levels of understanding? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to go to the slides that I used to. Thank you, sir. Okay. The challenge that we have been having is that between the town and the gown. And that's one of the things that we're using. Otherwise, we'll have made this scientific conference that doesn't involve people from the town. But we make it a conference that involves people from the town because we need to learn how to communicate our scientific findings to the community in a way that it could help them. For instance, what I have just put here is something very simple. I took clay. I took Musa's she is that's plantain. The peel in your home that you throw away. I added it to clay. I washed it with sodium hydroxide and they used to do soap that is available. and I put it in oven. Our normal household oven, not any oven at 105 inside oven. I set the oven at 500 watts, 540 watts. You see your oven, you will see 540 watts there. I put it there, and after I got that, I just wash with water, and I have an absorbent I can use to clean water. Anybody can do that. I have an absorbent that can clean water and is able to remove microorganisms and some other things. So what is now left for me is to start to teach people to do it in their language in such a way. And when I do it, so that this autoclave is just showing you that I use hot water to regenerate it. I use when I've used it for probably I will just make a calculation. Okay, use this for probably 10 gallons of water. After you use it for 10 gallons of water, pour hot water into it to regenerate it, or put it back into the oven. That is what this one is about. Is a dream. Taking it back into the oven. It is just so that our whole responsibility is to publish it in very good journals, but we also to then train people that they can do it themselves. There was a time that we trained community people that even if you use handkerchief to sip your water, it is better than drinking it directly. And so many other things. So we will continue to interact with each other. Okay, because I'm a man of authority.
Thank you very much. Even though I came in the middle of the presentation, one of the comments I wanted to raise is what the gentleman from Agoigo raised. In a gathering like this, two things. The first one, you've answered it perfectly, but the other thing is some of these illustrations, some of them are not really very clear to these our community collaborators as well. A lot of so I think we could actually use some aspects of illustrations that they can actually relate to. For instance, what we have there, they are just seeing this as more or less like a street jar. We can just give them a kind of illustration. This is what you will be amazed that they may start what we call hands-on. And you will see that you will be amazed that you already have participants that can give you feedback as to what the other bit is a bit technical. And I was at a workshop recently where they are discussing South-South collaboration. So for the purpose of from the community, what we meant by South-South collaboration is when you say the North Pole, this is talking about the countries of the world that are well developed. And the South Pole is talking about the countries of the world that are not developed or they are just coming up. So the discussion sounds around this North-South is like people that already have, someone that already have. You are relating with Dangote. Hey, I don't have. Think we know. Huh? Who will benefit in relationship between and Dangote? Who will benefit more? Huh? It's Dangote. Because he already has the wish. If I have a product, okay, to sell it, I'm making efforts to sell it. I cannot sell it. I now partner with Dangote. What will happen? It's faster than me. Money. So money, but not as much as Dangote. But if I'm relating with, let's say, another Amuda that is in my like me, we can pull resources together, reach where that one has contact to, and we also then we can grow. So that was the essence that South, that is those of us that are just imagining. If you look at the discussion around here, those people we have published, they are more likely to make quick take than those of us that to get because if you want to build a business model around this, that big man, we want to go to a business that has not been encroached, that he has some level of monopoly or control. But as I'm here now, I can still, whatever you have here, go to put some tools together and start producing this. So it is not just that we should be thinking of publication. It is now that as we are considering publication, we should also considering how do we also enhance our own prosperity by impacting the community in a much more. That's just my little contribution. Thank you.
Collaborator, so and that's your space. We'll come and learn from you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. We still have like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Akindade, for that wonderful presentation. Well, in the course of the presentation, I was worried about some things that you eventually handled in a very innovative way. I can see that towards the end, we are looking at an electrolytic sorting of steroids from, and it was a big concern for me at the beginning that contaminants that are classified as tracers. Those that are tracers are very difficult because of their absorption coefficients. I'm not quite sure the range and how can the work be extended to handle such. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. For now, we have not actually looked at tracers because of the extent to which they can be quantified or measured, just like you mentioned, that it's difficult to. But some of the things I have done in time past is to develop method to concentrate them and then measure them, but not necessarily now putting them there. The essence of gathering like this is also to learn from each other. So now that that is coming up, yes, it's one of the things that I would be interested in looking at going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll be taking one last question for this session.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And good morning, everybody. Though I came late, I just want to add to what Professor Amdav said. It's very important that things like this is being patent, and at the same time that we make money, as you have said, but most especially is to have something that is going to be sustainable, because up to today, when they are campaigning, I was still listening to one of the jingle of the campaign this morning. They will still be saying road. So if we have something like this, policy makers can adopt it, and the book is very simple, it's and it's very easy, to do, and they can adopt it. And that will be that, okay, we have a research from the academic to the policymaker. Because up to now, I don't think the policymaker really have a dormant system or a model in place to solve the problem of water, water around us. Every state in Nigeria complains about water. In fact, where I live, I don't think I have ever seen the government water. So this is just a very good model that would give us a way of having a drinkable water. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you very much. I think that's one gap that we need to fill, communicating with the policymakers. I am not sure whether we have any policymaker invited into this conference, but it's also something we would be thinking about. Thank you very much. So we want to, as much as possible, manage time. So we may have to go to other things. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Okay, while we have a moderator, but the moderator is asking me to probably step in and invite Professor Amada, who is the convener, the principal investigator for this grant, to give his welcome address, though there will be another full welcome address during the opening ceremony, but to just welcome our participants. We skipped that because it was unavoidably absent initially. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome every one of us to this conference. I will not say more than 2 or 3 words or sentences, as it were, because as I'm told, there is the real opening ceremony coming up later. I just want to welcome us and also acknowledge those of us that have taken it to be part of this conference. This is a conference that is like no other one, at least that I've been part of in the last 25 years. This conference is modeled or is structured to account. Normally, we do funded research. There is always an aspect of that research that is called what? Dissemination. So dissemination is
No sound.
So I'm not taking this for granted. I'm still appreciating everyone. Peter, opening man or blessing, and the proud to recover and opening ceremony. The essence of it is that we are about the Father. And when this goes, then the three communities in fact, as a token of our appreciation, we were able to get some things from earth and we said we are going to fill three boreholes for this event. Solar power. But you are setting those, you will see those. You know, when you want to build that, you have a plan, you want to build it. What is that? Or when you solve every thing that moves in there, from the blocks to start, material, they don't do what they must stop. But so I think it's positive. Some of us are going to the government because we don't know what we are going to do the right kind of lifestyle. You are setting us. In fact, you don't put us anything we say, whether we are singing, whether we are facing, so when we thought that we have to do this, let us be interest on consolidate our presence, our views in public. So
This conference, we will be visiting the community to identify appropriate location, do the design, share with the community. This is the concept of what we are looking at before we eventually. Don't forget that this project is about citizen scientists. So you must take ownership and ensure that that investment is actually sustained. Thank you. NSI.
Please, can we give the PI another round of applause? Thank you so much. We're very happy to have you in our midst. The PI has been, of course, a wonderful person to all of us. In fact, there's this nickname I give him. I call him my daddy. So, Prof, thank you so much for the wonderful leadership. And I also want to appreciate sincerely the effort of the LOC chair, as well as other PIs and fellow colleagues. Okay, so we are moving on to another interesting session. So you've heard from us. Now it is time for us to hear from you, especially the participants. That's those that submitted their abstract and are ready to present to us what they have in relation to the theme of the project, strengthening water access and quality in selected African cities. So permit me to welcome to the high table the chair of this particular plenary session, Professor Fashanu, is a senior colleague from the Faculty of Engineering, Department of Systems Engineering. Prof, you're welcome, sir. All right, so this parallel technical session 1 will be on WET and WSR, and I've introduced the chair already, so I'm just going to be the moderator. So I'm Dr. Ahmed Amo Unisa from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, University of Lagos. So we will call on the first presenter, and I'm going to call on the reference number, the title, as well as the name. So the reference number for the first presenter is WAC 202601. And the title of what the presenter will be presenting is Assessment of Water Quality of River and Borehole Sources in Igbedo Community, Anambra, West LGA, Nigeria, Public Health Implications. And the name of the presenter is Silas Oji Maojo Umide. So we need to, is the participant online? Can we get a thumbs up to, or you can unmute and speak. If the participant is online, you can unmute and speak so we can.
Hello, this is a participant, John Gushit. Greetings to you all.
All right.
Hello.
Is the participant online? Check the chat, please.
Yeah, we're online.
Okay. So for the last time, do we have the participant online? You can unmute and speak. Signify by raising up your hands. Okay. So that means we'll come back to that participant. So let's move to the next person.
This is a participant online. Thank you.
Oh.
Professor John Gushit from University of Jos.
Okay, please, do we have Silas Umide online? It's time for your presentation, please. Oh, okay. We have a reaction there. So which means check techno. Participants. A timeline for the presentation. But we already invited you. So 7 minutes for presentation, then 3 minutes interaction. All right. I've just been informed by the chair of this session that while we await those online to join, we can look at the program and attend to those of us that are physically present. So by that we save time. So thank you so much, the chair. So if I call your name and you're physically present, just signify, then you'll be the next. Ransom Olaoye is online, yes. Then we'll attend to you. Please stay with us. There's a Kitulu Lois. So you are very lucky. Please, can you come forward to give us your presentation? So she will be presenting. The reference number for our presentation is WAC 2026. Okay, 03. And the title of our presentation is Centralized and Decentralized Wastewater Management in Lagos and Nairobi, a comprehensive systematic review. Okay, so while you are coming out, yes, please come out. I just want to be sure if we have Olusegun Babalola here. Then Kenyide Ishola, Fumilayo Olubajo, and then Fuad Adegoke. All right, so Fuad Adegoke, you go next. All right, so please pay attention. You'll be allowed to present for 5 to 7 minutes, but 7 minutes max, and then we interact with you for 3 minutes. Please, let's take 3 time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lois Nduku, a PhD student at the Center for Housing and Sustainable Urbanization. I'm doing my research on water and wastewater infrastructure for sustainable urbanization. So in relation to this water conference, I'm looking at water from the aspect of planning of the water and the wastewater infrastructure. And the research, the paper I'm presenting today, is it possible to? Okay. Do you have a mouse to help me use this? Okay, I want to zoom. It's not scan touch. Sorry for the technical itch. Yes, I'm presenting a paper on centralized and decentralized wastewater system, a comparative review of Nairobi and Lagos. As you walk across cities in Africa, like Lagos, Nairobi, Ghana, one thing is common, that you will see dirty water everywhere. And this becomes more of a bigger issue during rainy seasons. All over news, all what you see is flooding issues. So my question is, or this raises two concerns. Either we do not have adequate wastewater infrastructure, or the infrastructure that is existing is not well managed. Yeah. So this study intends to look, given this issue that wastewater is all over, during rainy seasons or even on day-to-day incidences in our urban areas, how are we managing this wastewater? Where is the infrastructure, or why is this a challenge? So this study is looking at this massive infrastructure gap as these cities are urbanizing. And studies like a study by Olorushuba and Alabi in 2019, it talked about 80% of the water supplied ends up as wastewater to the environment. So that's a big question. In as much as we are trying to meet the demand, the water demand, the question of the water we produce, the wastewater we produce, if 80% of the water we consume, we release as wastewater, where does that water end up? If we don't treat it, it pollutes the very water sources that we have. So this gives a massive wastewater challenge. And comparing Nairobi or Kenya and Nigeria, Nigeria has 8% treatment coverage, wastewater treatment coverage, while Kenya has 5%. And being more specific, the study compares Nairobi and Lagos, where the systematic review was done for particularly 38 peer-reviewed journals. And this was from an initial study of, or initial papers that were generated that are related to water and wastewater infrastructure, 21,300. But particularly the study focused on 38 peer-reviewed journals. Comparatively, Lagos and Nairobi, Lagos has a sewerage coverage of 6%. And the question of why just 6%? Lagos does not have a centralized wastewater treatment plant that we can say every part of Lagos is connected to this wastewater treatment plant. What we find is that some affluential residential zones, there are treatment plants that serve only those areas. The rest of the parts of the communities or Lagos, parts of Lagos, we can attest that we do not have sewer connection. Nobody cares where that wastewater ends up into. While on the other case in Nairobi, Nairobi has inherited the colonial wastewater infrastructure system that covers randomly approximately 50 to 60% of the city. But the question is the management of that infrastructure. Yes, the coverage is meeting almost halfway of the city, but it's aging, it's not well managed. So looking at the environmental comparative pollution aspect, both cities have high environmental pollution. And one city has sparsely and fragmented system, while the other city has a centralized system and it's a periphery. That's in Nairobi, the periphery of the city. There's an effort towards development of now decentralized system. Given that the colonial centralized system is aging, not well managed, and it's not being efficient. So now people are moving on now to develop their decentralized system. So comparatively, these two cities raise two alarming issues. That's why is this wastewater infrastructure not given an effort? That we are only talking of 8 and 5% in terms of treatment coverage nationally. This brings us to the question of the institutional fragmentation. In both countries, there is weak and fragmented institutional aspects. Behavioral aspect or behavioral perspective of both the users and the government in terms of wastewater. Do we think that we produce wastewater? Are we willing to be part of the management of this wastewater? If you're going to treat wastewater for reuse, are we willing to accept, to change our perspective, to not just see wastewater as a waste, but to see it as a resource that when treated, we can use it for other purposes within our household. We can use it for cleaning, for agricultural activities, in car washes, and then retain the original water from the water sources for drinking. So it's our perspective towards how we manage the wastewater and our behavior, whether we're willing to reuse this wastewater, because we are releasing 80% of the water we are consuming, and it's going back to our water sources. So recommendation from this towards integration of water and wastewater planning. If you're planning for water infrastructure, we must also provide for wastewater infrastructure. If not, this wastewater ends up to the very water sources, making the whole process of providing water more zero-sum. Yeah, thank you. And these are a number of the references from the study.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and quite insightful. So the floor is open for contributions and possible questions from the audience online and here. Do we have questions in the house? Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenter. I believe it's a review, but I want to find out if you identify that there are functional centralized wastewater system in Nigeria. I mean, emphasis on functional.
Yes, a good example in Nigeria is Abuja. Abuja is initially a planned city with a centralized wastewater management system. But the question or the challenge that comes is that we plan infrastructure at the onset of development of a city, but the city keeps growing, population is increasing, we are changing the densities, we are not changing the infrastructure. So now the challenge comes up that we are overwhelming infrastructure that was meant to just serve 20 people to now be forced to serve 50 people. So yes, Abuja has a centralized system, but over time, if the management and of the infrastructure is not looked into, it will get to the same case with Nairobi. Yeah, thank you.
Do you have questions in the house for the presenter online? Have you checked online if there are people willing to? So while we wait online, can I just mention what's my little concern about the comparison between Nairobi and Lagos? Have you lived in Lagos before? Or you just went online and get data about us, right?
This is my first time living in Lagos.
Yeah, all right.
10 months.
10 months? Oh, that's great. So that means you have a basis for comparison. Now, I can tell you that one other thing I was looking for in your presentation is the confluence between population growth, waste generation, and developmental activities. Now, Lagos experienced certain flood in the early part of this month. And I was also concerned that we have a reflection of that in Ghana. Well, I think here, I don't know what practice it is in Nairobi. Well, I think here, for example, the Lagos issue can be related to the coastline, that the east-west coastline road that the federal government of Nigeria is building. That has affected the backflow of water into the ocean. And one thing that I think we should be looking at is most of the time when we embark on projects, it's either we do not do environmental impact assessment or we give EIA to foreigners. I think that our EIA should be done by people that are living in the environment because they know the nitty and the gritty of the community where they live in. So I just want to share your opinion about that in Nairobi. Who are people that do your EIA? Have you done an EIA in Nairobi? Are you inviting us to come and do something like that?
Yes, this is also done in Nairobi. Yes, and just to begin with the aspect of flooding, Nairobi too experiences flooding a lot. So this flooding issue is cutting across a lot of cities in the global south, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So not just because Lagos is a coastal city, it's a whole question of how we're planning this infrastructure. Because even Nairobi, a city like, it's more like Abuja, not at the coastal side, but more central to the city, to the country, but it's also experiencing these flooding issues. So yes, there's the bit of the geographical location of Lagos, but also that raises more reason as to why we need to invest into wastewater infrastructure, given our coastal proximity. This means we are polluting a lot of these water resources. There are a lot of canals, a lot of lagoons all over in Lagos, that if they were conserved, Lagos would be a very beautiful city with all these lagoons, beautiful and clean. Nairobi does not have such. There are 3 major rivers in Nairobi. That's Nairobi, Madare, and Gong River. And so what happens now in the case of Nairobi, that the rivers are polluted, but people are trying, because there is inadequate water supply, so people are trying to even use that wastewater, as strong as it is, for other uses, like for agricultural purposes. So the question of now, these wastewater polluting and back to affecting our environment, and we the people, the consumers of food that will be grown from such. So the issue compounds back in both cities. Yeah, so Nairobi is now better. So.
Thank you so much. I think on this note, we can further interact with you out of the podium since you are within us. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. You have a question?
From Akoka, we are now having first-time real insight into water situation in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Muda, for that insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The session. Thank you very much for that presentation, Luis. Thank you. All right, so we want to the next presenter, WAC 2026-07.
Thank you.
System-based approach to improving urban water access in low-income communities. And the presenter is Fuad Adegoke.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fuad Adeboke, and I'm a systems engineering student, 400 level, and I'm here to present systems-based approach to pushing urban water access to low community. I'm excited to share that this is a practical systems-based approach to solving challenges we face right here, because we all know that getting clean water in some parts of Lagos is a big struggle, and it's not just that broken pipe issue. It's more of like a complex web of outdated infrastructure and confusing rules and high costs as well. So I'm just approaching this as not just as an engineer who is just fixing a pipe, but more of a systems engineer who is applying system-based thinking to look at the entire puzzle and find a long-lasting solution to this. So to fix this, we can't just talk to the utility company. We have to look at the whole ecosystem, the regulators, the utility providers, the NGOs as well. So the informal vendors that everybody like rely on, like maybe families as well, and everybody in the most importantly household. So real change happens where all these groups are aligned. So I didn't just guess these like solutions. I'm using like standard systems engineering tools and models to like map out how water actually flows through these like neighborhoods. So our data tells like a clear story. So families only get like reliable water for about 8 to 12 hours a day, because these pipes are unreliable. People are forced to buy from informal vendors, like all these pure people that in the communities, people that families rely on them to like buy water, which is like gives more costs to than like having their own water supply as well. So because these pipes are like unreliable, that's why they are like forced to buy it, which sometimes they can even end up buying like 5 times the original price of water. Yes. So so in this time we're just like trying to like reduce like the pressure on how it's going to have impact on these families. So why is this like happening? It's more like a vicious cycle which leads to like leaks as well. Okay. So we have to break this cycle by fixing like the governance and guiding them as well as the monitoring, not just by adding water. Yes. So like here's just like my plan that I want to my dream or my model plan for this is just about implementing like a modular kiosk to community that can store and treat water daily for them in the communities. So, and we can also I also implement like smart sensors to detect leak as well and to treat the water. And in terms of the smart sensors and the modular kiosk, it's not more about just like an entire system. It's going to be like a modular approach. So when in cases of maybe parts of the systems fault, we can just like replace part and not just replacing the entire systems as well. So, and there's going to be like a shared agreement between the utility providers and the communities. So they are going to be working with the informal vendors. We're not just trying to replace them, we're trying to like integrate them into like this system so it's more feasible and to reduce the costs of water in the household for the communities as well. So of course this thing is not going to be perfect. We have like already anticipated risks like central failures or community resilience, and the strategy is just going to having like a backup storage for the modular parts, which won't be easy to fix. since it's not going to be easy, we are going to like train like people in the communities how to run the system on. So in case the so that the project is not going to collapse entirely. Yes. So in terms of the shared governance from yes, in terms of the shared governance from the people and the community and the whole system, we are going to like build agreement between the utility companies, community groups, and donors to make sure this system is actually maintained and affordable. And the impact is going to be simple. The goal is very, very simple. It's going to be like increase stable water art, to ensure that water meets safety standards and lower the cost for families. We are essentially moving from like a chaotic, fragmented process to a connected and shared system as well. And so this is just basically like simple. I'm just like looking how to finalize and launch a pilot program for like the next 3 months on how this can be implemented. So it's more about testing this on a small scale and proving how it works. So that we are going to scale it up and use it to help more other communities as well. So I'll love to hear your thoughts on this approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. Fuad Adegoke. So it's time to get our feedback and reactions. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, you mentioned you are thinking of bringing those that sell water on the street, right? Trying to bring them into the ecosystem. Yeah, so I just want to ask if you've maybe thought of an identification system for them, because it has to do with security as well. You know, anything can happen. They can decide to, probably because they have a kind of issues with a particular area. One can poison, you know, the water. Yeah. So is there an identification system, you know, that onboards them so that you can track them?
Yeah, so it's more of so normally when these normal vendors and kiosks goes to buy like water, it's more of them even spending more and using more of like their resources to get the water. That's why it's even more expensive for like normal households. So this system is going to even like bring it down a bit for them. So they'll be like, they are going to like be able to follow like the policies. They are going to be able to abide by it. So that's why like the shared agreement is there for them. So they are going to like have to follow all the policies that will be implemented for this to follow. And yes, the verification system is going to be like part of the policies which are going to like be implemented as well.
All right, any other question before I pass the mic to the chairman? All right.
Thank you so much, Fuad, for that wonderful presentation. Well, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that it will also be appropriate to consider independent water sources into your framework. Because somebody, for example, Leaves will tell you that in some places in Nairobi, it is cheaper to buy a glass of juice than to pay for a cup of water. So, and for this purpose, the Water Sustainability and Water Access Research Group, there are some solutions that have been developed that are cost effective that you may wish to look into.
And on the issue of also implementing IoT solutions on your framework. And I'm not sure whether you have done some simulated sensitivity analysis on the response of the framework to disturbances.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's just like basically me testing like the models and simulations. It has not like been implemented like into the a real like product. So it's more of like running model simulations for now. Yes.
Thank you so much. But don't forget to look at some of the solutions that this research network has done and put it in your. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Fuad Adegoke, for that presentation. So we've been able to filter the participants online, and we've assigned numbers to them. And Silence will join us maybe later. So Olaoye is ready to go next. So permit me to call on the presenter with reference number, the is 202602. He will be presenting from its functional to delivery, a field-based framework for revamping underperforming water treatment system in African, urban, and industrial context. And the name of the presenter again is Ransom Olaoye. So Ransom Olaoye, you're welcome to join us virtually, and you can now proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Okay, I'm just gonna. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olaoye Ransom Okoyemi, from a master's degree student from the University of Ibadan, Department of Chemistry. I'm also the operations manager for Timcom Global Multi-Services Company, and I'm presenting a field-based framework for revamping underperforming water treatment systems in Africa, urban, and industrial context.
Olaoye, please hold on, just give us a minute.
Okay.
All right, can you say something now, Olaoye?
Okay. I hope I'm still with you. Hello, can you hear me?
Olaoye, can you say something so we can confirm?
Can you hear me? Am I still online with you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's comfortable. Thank you.
I'm still on my first slide. Can you hear me?
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay. So I'll just continue from there. Okay. So
yes.
So once again, I'm Olaoye Ransom from the Department of Chemistry, University of Ibadan. I'm a master's degree student there. And this work is partly review and mostly a field-based framework. It's a field work of underperforming water treatment system designs across in African urban and industrial context. Okay, so if we look at I'm on the next slide now. Okay, so African water challenge is not always lack of infrastructure. We usually have a problem with underperforming systems. We have very beautiful designs. If we look at, for those of us who are very conversant with water treatment designs, and we see that we have a very serious underperformance. And I group the reasons why we have underperformance in water treatment designs. I group them into 3 categories. The first one is technical and operational factors. we see across the fieldwork, we saw that we have some outdated pretreatment designs or stereotyped pretreatment designs, whereby there are designs that are also lifted from one place to another place that may not necessarily fit to the challenge that is. I'm still on the second slide. Or that's a challenge. And that one is another challenge is membrane fouling and scaling, and also evolving feed water characteristics. For those of us who are very conversant with the recent surge in flooding and a lot of environmental factors, we see that feed water characteristics it changes over time and it's not usually very constant. Another common cause of system failures is maintenance and management deficiencies. This is a very serious one whereby we have inadequate maintenance practices or maintenance practices that are not very constant or not very consistent. There also lack of technical capacity and suboptimal operational protocols. Then also the third category of common cause of system failures is institutional and resource challenges, whereby we have resource constraints, unreliable infrastructural support, especially the issue of power supply. It has a very great effect on water treatment designs and also socio-economic factors. So next slide. Okay, so now the status quo that we have seen in the field is one is capital expenditure unfeasible in resource constraint settings, requires massive upfront investment. We know that water treatment can be very expensive, especially in areas where we don't have centralized water treatment designs, where individuals or industries have to build their own water treatment systems. It can be very expensive, and lack of management and proper maintenance schedules can really greatly affect these things. And that's why we are looking at how best we can revamp these systems to be cost effective and also to give water access. So then a lot of from the field, we saw that there are a lot of operational downtimes from months to years of disrupted supply during procurement and commissioning. Then also technical adaptability. Then also local capacity. Let's just move to this next slide because of time. Next slide. Okay, yes. So now in water treatment designs, we have different stages of water treatment. In treatment designs, we have pre-treatment designs that cut across different categories. Then also we have a very popular system, especially in Nigeria, called reverse osmosis. So this diagram that we see here is the schematic diagram of what the membrane of the reverse osmosis system looks like. So we have had the opportunity of cutting open one of the membranes, and we see that it has layers of sheets that are being folded together, and it has inlet feed water, and also an outlet feed water on the other side. So it's a one-way system that has a sheet that surrounds it. So there's a schematic diagram up there also. You see that so what pushes the water is pressure. It's a very high pressure system that pushes the water across the membrane to separate. That separates the water from fresh water to bad water. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so pathology of flow and diagnostic matrix. So we see that these membranes, we looked at it so much because it's a very expensive part of the water treatment designs, and a lot of factors affect these membranes activity. Because one of the reasons why we are very concerned about these membranes is if membranes are not properly functioning in water treatment systems, we see that it wastes a lot of water. Like I said earlier, it acts like a separator, where it separates good water from bad water. So if the membranes are not properly functioning very well, a lot of bad water are being gotten, and which is a lot of waste, and then it reduces the access to quality water that we are aiming to achieve. So we have quite a number of reasons why membranes can underperform. One of them is inorganic mineral scaling. We have organic fouling, biofouling, and also colloidal fouling. So a lot of factors. If you look at the context, iron-rich water characteristics, we know that that's very common, especially in areas like Lagos State, has very iron-rich water. Then also we have dry season turbidity, also can be a very important factor, which raises the turbidity of water and affects the performance of these systems. Next slide, please. Okay, so now a clinical prescription from our observations. We have three prescriptions. Number one is pretreatment redesign. One of the reasons why we are majoring on this is one of the things that we have seen that affects reverse osmosis so much is that the pretreatment design sometimes may not be adequate enough to give the feed water of the reverse osmosis the kind of water that it needs to be able to function at optimum capacity. So most times, we in one of the work that we looked at, we saw that in fact the client was asked to even relocate out of the place because they felt probably the place was cursed because they had tried so much on their systems. You know, they kept changing membranes almost every other week. And then when we got there, we discovered that there was just a very serious lapse as touching their pretreatment design. And that was what was really affecting the lifespan of the membranes of the reverse osmosis system. Then number two is chemical optimization. Most of the reverse osmosis designs that we have usually comes with antiscalants. So the kind of reagents that are being used, so the rebalancing real-time dosing strategies, that is, we also looked at the effect of overdosage and underdosage in the effect of antiscalants on the performance of reverse osmosis membranes. Then also the third one is process reconfiguration and chelation. So in we also looked at, because in recovery, a lot of recovery processes have been done on the membrane sometimes to see if we can recover the membranes, and we see that citric acid and EDTA really performed very well, exceptionally well, compared to other chemicals that were used for recovery processes of reverse osmosis membranes. It gave about 80% recovery of reverse osmosis membranes compared to all other reagents that were being put in place for recovery of membranes. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm very fast. It's because I don't have much time. Okay, maybe I just have to use my own slides. Okay, so a case study of this is just a schematic diagram of just a case study of one of these systems that we looked at. We saw that when the pretreatment was measured on adequately, and the things that were supposed to be put in place were put in place for the pretreatment, so that there was permit flux restoration of up to 80% in the reverse osmosis, which means that we had more of the good water, and then a lot of we had very good about 80% recovery of the permit. That means we had less of wastewater from the water treatment plant. So there was 80% recovery. Next slide. Okay, so these are the technical interventions that are recommended. So we see that there's pretreatment optimization. That means that pretreatment has to be seriously optimized from the filtration process to the adsorption process to the ion exchange to the ultrafiltration process has to be properly optimized to be able to get adequate water and less of waste from our treatment plant. Then also chemical cleaning has to be taken into serious consideration, especially these citric acid and EDTA that we put into use. Then also ion removal, as I said earlier, there is a serious issue with ion in our water treatment systems. Like a place like Lagos State and some parts of Oyo State, we see that ion is a very serious issue when it comes to water treatment. So ion removal is then also hydraulic reconfiguration, that is mitigating membrane fouling and scaling. Also is a technical intervention. Next slide, please. So why this framework works, we see that from what we have seen, there was improved flux, better water quality, lower operating costs, longer membrane lifespan, and that is if a nice preventive maintenance is put into place. Next slide. Okay, so what is the impact of this system, this work on Africa? One is lower rehabilitation costs, improved water access, local engineering capacity, then reduced infrastructure replacement, and also improved sustainability. So the lifespan of water treatment systems are secured, and then infrastructure replacement is mitigated and is reduced. Okay, next slide. think that should be okay. So key takeaways: infrastructure already exists. Like I said earlier, we already have very good infrastructures in place across different regions. Then diagnosis has to be done before replacement. Then revamping saves a lot of costs and a lot of money for industries and even for domestic water supplies. Then also preventive maintenance improves sustainability. So optimization can outperform replacement. That has been proven very well. Okay, next slide. So I think that that's the end. So revamping underperforming water treatment systems represents one of the most practical and cost-effective strategy for strengthening water access across Africa. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ransom Olaoye. So we now welcome questions, feedback, reactions before we hand the mic over to our chairman. Do you have questions in the house? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Olaoye. I just looked at your presentation. It looks, I'm just curious about the sustainability of the membranes. The membranes that you are proposing are made from, I know it may be proprietary, but are made from what? As in, what is the base material? You mentioned that there were times in which clients was changing membrane as frequent as possible. So what's like the average costs of deploying this technology? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So like I said, the cost of deploying
I hope you had a question.
Yes, I had a question, sir. So the cost of membrane in the market now, it varies, depends on the kind of products because there are different manufacturers for membrane. The cost of membrane ranges from about between 100,000 to 200,000 naira. And we have system, and now reverse osmosis varies in systems designs as the number of membranes. So we have reverse osmosis that uses 2 membranes. We have those that work on 4 membranes, 8, 16, and so on and so forth. So now, now the materials that the membranes are being used for, I don't know, because I am not a manufacturer of the membranes, so I don't know the materials. But well, okay, I believe I've been able to answer the question.
Thank you, Ransom. Do we have other questions in the house? Online? Do you have online questions for Larry? Okay, while we wait for that, Ransom, I just have a little concern about the adaptability of the framework that you are proposing. You are an expert in the field, and I'm not sure whether you trace the paths from delivery to dysfunction before we now prefer solutions from dysfunction to delivery. I mean, how much of a historical records did you look at? You are recommending preventive maintenance, but before we get to the state of being dysfunctional for the treatment plants, were there turnaround? Do you have maintenance records for such plants? You mentioned Oyo and Lagos in your presentation.
Okay, sir. Yes, that's actually another major challenge. The challenge is that we do not really have adequate data of maintenance protocols and schedules from the persons that were the industries that were consulted. So as such, it's so difficult for the customers and even ourselves to be able to predict what to do for them. So we usually rely on expertise most times. And that's why my firm is working on something for our customers that will be very sustainable for them, and that's incorporating Internet of Things that will be able to help the customers keep track of the characteristics of the parameters of the raw water, and also the parameters of the treated water, so that they can be able to look at when next their revamping is going to be done, and how their maintenance schedules are going to be in place.
Thank you so much, Ransom. Please, we have other questions for Ransom in the house. So in the absence of any other question, can we please give a round of applause for Ransom? Thank you so much.
So if you are the owner of this car, KJA-118JV, your car is blocking someone. Are you under? Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much once again. So we now move to this presenter. I've been trying to track the name of Silas Omide. I've been able to, so I don't think he has joined. So Segun Babalola is also not online. But if you're online, you can just give a thumbs up so I can allow you speak. Then Fumilayo Awubajo. Fumilayo Awubajo.
Hello, I'm online.
Okay, so Son Gushit, I don't know who.
Yes, this is Gushit. I'm online.
Okay, I got a reaction from John Gushit. I don't know. The name is actually not listed. That was why we encouraged that you join with your names for ease of identification. To allow you speak, please, can you let us know you presenting?
Yes, my name is there. It's John Gushit. Okay.
John.
Can you help me share the slide, please? The slide with you. Or can I share the one from here?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. You can share your screen.
Okay, let me share my slide.
And please introduce yourself.
Okay, while I share it, I'm Professor John Gushit from University of Jos. And our paper is looking at managed aquifers recharge and issues around the occurrence and developments around it in Nigeria. So I'm trying to pick my slide to share. And we're here with my colleagues, Professor Dibal, he's a hydrogeologist from the same university, and Professor Yusuf is a geophysicist. Then we have other people on the team. Dr. Dennis Onoja, he's from National Remote Sensing. And as I do this, I'm opening my document to share it. So I hope we get the best of it all. Thank you for the opportunity the organizers have given to us. We hope we'll help others see what we are presenting and learn from it, as we're also learning from others. My document is coming out slowly, but okay. Yes. Okay, I'm almost there. Sorry for taking your time. I know some of the challenge of online presentation. We need to be patient with each other. So sorry for, I've been trying to join since the network has been shaky.
So I've just found a place, and I hope there will be minimal hitches here. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are with you, Prof. We can hear you.
Okay. I thought you have. So the document is being projected shortly. Is it better I off my video and go the audio way? To save some
We
bandwidth?
don't, but the slide are not showing.
Yes.
The moment you show the slide, the video will go by side, I think.
Okay. It's opening. It's opening. It's just 75% now. I'm quite sorry for the upset. I've looked forward to presenting at this conference, and I cherish this conference a lot. Immediately I saw the notice somewhere, I immediately rallied and gathered my team to make this work available, because we want input, we want to look at it as a national problem that will solve some of the general problems we have in Nigeria, cutting across flood issues and by extension, climate change issue that is so critical. So shortly, I'm sharing it now. Okay. So I'm not, okay, fine. That is the screen. Thank you, Professor Lucio, for sharing from the one from your end. So within the limited time, we're looking at managed aquifers recharge in Nigeria, the current status, potential applications and implications for sustainable water security. So the detail of the authors is indicated there. So can you please move to the next slide? Thank you very much. The outline of the presentation is as indicated. Then the central aim is to critically review the current status and potential applications and sustainability applications of the managed aquifers recharge for enhancing water security in Nigeria. Thank you. Let me have the next slide, please. So taking it from the introduction, what really is this managed aquifers recharge? And here with us, it is the international recharge of water to aquifers for subsequent recovery and environmental benefits. So it's a way of enriching the aquifers with water that is flooded through most of the precipitation and other runoff that we have commonly within our surface ground. So the importance of the groundwater and the water security here is that the groundwater is critical freshwater resource that is widely depended on globally, and is accessible to wide range of people across different nations of the world, particularly Nigeria. So the global overview of the concept of the managed aquifer recharge technologies and benefit is very important, as it includes different aspects spreading across basins, injection wells, and riverbank filtration. So, and UNESCO really emphasized this as one of the strong technology that will drive the much needed water expectation by the populace. Thank you. Let's have the next slide, please. Okay, for the methodology, yes, as a group, we have been on a project, a funded project on this managed aquifers recharge, particularly in northeastern Nigeria, because it's still in a report, we have not published it. So we use our experience, okay, northwest Nigeria. So we use our experience with the other literature we obtained, where we were able to review the scientific information about it. And of course, we compare evaluation of most of the managed aquifers practices and their applications and the challenges that is before us. Then we're able to identify the knowledge gap and make our recommendation for sustainable water security. That's how we did the review. And move. Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is the concept pictorially and importance of this managed aquifers recharge. So taking from the slide here, you see is numbered step 1, which is the source. And our water systems come from different sources, the rainfall, and of course, urban runoff, and even some of the rural runoff. Water will just be floating. Sorry, I don't have stylus here or a pointer to show it, but take it from step 1, if you are seeing step 1 here. Then step 2 now, it goes through the natural filtration process, and that tends to help to increase the water quality when it goes to the groundwater setting, as it will undergo natural filtration. So we have it also moving to step number 3, that's the storage system. And normally it's a highly engineered subsurface storage for the water, right? So the next one is when you want to recover it, it goes to step 4 as indicated. So at the end of it, it helps us to be able to have the water, wide flood that we're witnessing during rainy season will be trapped in an aquifer system that at the end, it will be used sustainably. Instead of allowing it to run off into the sea and waste it, then we'll be struggling with the issue of drought here and there. Can I have the next slide, please? So this just to still let us know that the current recharge efforts in Nigeria are localized, and it goes through even the experimental and indirect methods. Well, within the country, we don't really have major projects that deals with direct recharge method. It's mostly indirect way of recharging. And by implication, most of the interventions around it, it helped to enhance the groundwater aquifers. But then it's always targeted at either irrigation or trying to enhance the water flow within canals to enhance economic activity. But the carriage of the water on a particular or some of these surface dam help to enrich even the groundwater system. That's why we're looking at this as a way of enhancing and encouraging the use of the managed aquifer recharge deliberately using direct method. So once it's done deliberately, then we'll have our groundwater system enhanced. Can I move? Can you have me move to the next slide, please? Thank you very much, sir. So the current status of the managed aquifers recharge in Nigeria is here. I may not read all as you are seeing it. The materials are there. Of course, the first thing is more than 70% of national dependence on groundwater. That one is established. And of course, limited monitoring network goes on. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources had something to say about that. Less than 43 active boreholes are being monitored. At times we have borehole, but we don't monitor it sufficiently. The data is not there. Then existing managed aquifer recharge initiative. So all these ones, the one we have before us in the northern part of the country, we have the indirect recharge that occur in Kano River. Then we have the other ones in Bakalori and the Zobe Dam around Zamfara area. Coming to the southwest, we have the Lagos coastal aquifers, the storm water capture concept. So it's still at the concept level. There's nothing concrete about it, and it's very important. Then coming to the southeast, we have the direct infiltration in Umudike. Now, it's on a small scale. And if you look at the output of this little intervention, it helps a lot to increase the water table. So issues that is very big, is a big concern for us is tied down to policy, institutional, and the technical status. And these are critical things that we need to look at to push the way of maintaining the processes to ensure we have direct system for recharging our aquifers. Can we have the next slide, please? Next slide. Okay. So we have the hydrological situation, which is of essence in this paper. Now, what is at advantage, what is of benefit to us as a country is that we have two kind of a special hydrological setting. The basement complex, which takes up to about 50 to 60% of Nigeria. And what does it help? We recommend that such places should be used for small scale, highly targeted check dams, infiltration trenches, and recharge wells along natural fractured network within the basement. Now, on the other side is the sedimentary basin. So here, the recommendation from our review is that large-scale infiltration basin will be very effective, okay, where we have flood water spreading and, of course, deep injection wells taking advantage of. And it cut across areas like Chad, Sokoto, Anambra, and even Niger Delta area. And within this, it has a very good aquifer system that will help in hosting the water effectively. So you see, this one is very, very important that we take advantage of it so that our water use and availability will be sustainable. Thank you. The next slide, please. Okay, this just summarizing some of the sedimentary basin that I told you we have comparative advantage and opportunity that abound. So taking on the top left here, Sokoto and Bida Basin, it has high potential where we have thick sandstone unit offering large storage volumes. Within that, in one of our field works around this, we made a community that were depending on one of the main surface dams. They call it the Kadasaka Dam. In fact, more than 30 communities rely on that dam as it normally charge their wells automatically, naturally. So when that dam broke completely, the entire community are seriously under persistent drought. And again, the instances of flood became so much for that community. They are highly vulnerable, highly threatened economically, socially, because of that surface dam. They lost that surface dam and it calls for intervention. So it is able to trap most of the water, the runoff, the rains during the rainy season, and during dry season, it will just be seeping into the aquifers. So once they sink well, they will have it, they're into irrigation with it. But as at the time we did that field survey, it was no more. So on the other side, my down right here, you see something here. There's high potential again around Anambra and Niger Delta Basin, where we have exceptional permeability and of course, prime target for infiltration basin and fresh water injection barrier to halt our seawater intrusion. So once the seawater begin to intrude into our aquifers, we'll have problem because the cost of managing salt water is extremely high. Those of you around the coastal area, you understand it. So what is the advantage is that we have fresh water system that once we trap in our aquifers, we will be happy and everything will get us secure in terms of water. Thank you. Can I have the next slide, sir? Thank you. The top one, okay, potential applications of managed aquifer recharge in Nigeria. So we have on my top left here, you see here the urban water supply argumentation within the urban city. You can channel them through a surface dam to receive them. Then they will now gradually seep down into your aquifers. Then we have industrial water security too. All the water coming out of our industry, we can channel them through a place. A surface collection dam will trap them and filter them deep into the aquifers. And of course, the flood water and the stormy harvesting is another great advantage for us. So we have potential for this managed aquifer recharge. If it is deliberate, we have minimal challenge around this. Then let's have the next slide, please. I know my time is staring at me, but thank you for your patience. Okay, So these are just case studies of what happened. I'll just take one. That's a typical case of an indirect recharge system in Kano, where we have the Kano River Irrigation Project. It's one of the mega intervention projects, I think in the 80s. Now, if you look at it here, from 17 to 32 millimeter per day, this was the recharge rate, okay? So it's entering the unconfined chart formation. Now, these are geological terms. Now, after the intervention of that project, which is indirect, what it is saying here is the water table was able to increase from 2 to 5 meters. The groundwater level was able to rise up to that level by almost more than 120%. So they have that. That's why a lot of agricultural activities goes on there, sustaining life, and water is there. A lot of activity goes on within the Kano area where this intervention held. So presently, Jigawa said most especially. So thank you very much. Let's have the next slide. I wouldn't talk on the other case studies. You can flip over those cases. I mean, we have another case for Hadeja, Jamare, okay, and Chad Basin is another intervention. Another case here is Lagos Coastal Aquifers. Another case is what goes on academically around Ilorin. Okay, so you can stop it here, sir. Okay, no?
Thank you, Prof.
I'm grateful. Can I conclude? Then I hand over. You can flip it. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking your time.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for that presentation.
Yeah.
So it's really good. So I doubt if our participants will have questions, but we'll still give the floor for questions and answering.
Hello?
So any question from anyone? Okay.
Yes,
Chairman.
question from online.
LOC chairman has a question.
Okay,
thank you very much,
Question
Prof.
from online.
One of my worry with charge aquifer in a place like Lagos is how do though you mentioned that it's still as a concept level, how do you ensure that there is no seawater incursion? Because you are putting water inside the aquifer, rainfall and all the likes of such other sources of water. But how will you be able to control a situation where you are collecting rainfall and you are channeling it into the aquifer? How will you make sure that seawater is also not going into the aquifer? And because when seawater enters into the aquifer, it's no more usable. It's not. You can't explore it immediately. You may have to treat it before you use. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your question. I believe that the seawater intrusion will be much more enhanced if there is an over abstraction rather than recharging the aquifer. The water that is coming into the aquifer is fresh water and not seawater coming from the sea. If you have over obstruction of those aquifers that are close to the sea, then you have seawater intrusion. But if you are able to direct this water into these aquifers, we know that salt water is denser than fresh water. Now, naturally, this fresh water will settle over salt water. And that is my answer, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello?
I would like to also respond as a team, as a co-author.
Hello?
I would like to also respond as a co-author, if it is allowed.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, the question is taking care of contamination from seawater. I don't know. I'm hearing myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Twice. I don't know.
The network is not stable from our end. So, Chairman, sir, thank you
Can
for your
I
time.
ask question?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the interesting presentation. Here, there is no opportunity for raising hand. I don't see the indicator for that. So my question is that somewhere you mentioned about the recharge, or what you call the artificial recharge or managed recharge with the irrigation water. Don't you think of the consequence of that causing salinity to the aquifer? Hello? Did you get my question?
Yes, we got your question. We're expecting the presenter to respond.
Okay. Because I work in that area from Kebi to Sokoto to Zampara. I participated in drilling of about 1,500 boreholes in 19. Yeah, so I think some of the issues there.
All right, I think Prof is online now. Prof, would you like to respond to Professor Suwani's question?
Sorry, sir, we didn't get the question. He is talking about the irrigation.
Yeah, Prof was concerned about water pretreatment and avoidance of soil infiltration when you recharge.
Well, what we know is that, like the presenter said earlier, most of these irrigation waters are actually the indirect method. It wasn't as if it was a targeted project, but it has been found around Kano that when they release these waters to the irrigation areas, they found out also that the water levels wells increase. And that is the reason why we now said that in most cases, these indirect methods enhance the aquifer capacity. So that is what we are looking at. Well, there's actually, with that kind of situation, because of the high rate of fertilizer used in the farms and all of that, also affect water quality. We have not seen any work that has actually countered that with regards to the water quality. This thing has to be done. But like we said, we were in Sokoto, and we countered one of the dam that collapsed.
Thank you so much, Prof. We'll continue the conversation beyond the conferences. An issue we cannot fully attend to in a day. I just want to also bring your attention to the fact that there are lessons to learn from oil recovery. In secondary oil recovery, aquifers are recharged to force crude oil out of the reservoirs. And as a result of such, if it is a forced recharge process, there is a tendency of damaging the aquifer. So many lessons to learn, but it's a very innovative concept that can redeem our forests from the situation and also support climate change. We really appreciate your contribution.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can we give a applause? So on this note, we want to thank everyone that has patiently been part of us for this session, and for everyone that has contributed. We salute your patience, and as we progress to the conference, it's time for us to have a short break. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, the chair and the moderator. We will be going for a tea break. Normally, it should be between 11:30 to 12, because the next presentation is happening at 12, and the presenter is from India. They have a 4 hours, 30 minutes variation. So we would have to please appeal to us to be back by 12. which means 15 minutes of tea break. If we are not able to finish our tea, I think we can bring it here. Okay, it's not allowed. Okay, okay. So please, let's go and take our tea. 15 minutes. Hello? Hello?
So it's working now.
It's working now.
Yes, sir. Can be louder.
Hello? Hello?
We're on break.
It's from there. It is this.
We are on break until 12.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, yes.
Are you connected to the speaker?
No, I'm saying, is it your end that's playing down here? Yes. The laptop is not speaker. It's not the speaker, it's your laptop.
We are on
Hello?
break. We will resume in 14 minutes.
Hello?
Yes. Hello? Your sound is clear.
Okay, Prof. Yes, we are trying to address a technical issue here. So we are trying to set the speaker.
Okay. So when you are talking, I was thinking you are talking to.
No, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof, for the wonderful contribution.
Thank you so much.
Tomorrow then.
Recordings. Bismillah.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes. So that means what I suggested was we can play it. The audience same way.
The Indian woman is here, right?
Yes. And they said she's here. I think they said this is connected to the because this one is already said the tested it and it works.
It's not connected. Oh. Don't confuse it. It's not connected. It's not working. When we talk, they hear us.
When you talk, they hear. With them because so right now.
Testing, testing, testing.
We are reminding people to hear them. Yes. From this
Testing, testing, testing.
So there was a guy that came.
Okay, now let me
he would have been the
that speaker. Connect to the
Testing, testing, testing.
Connect that, yes. Connect that speaker.
Testing, testing, testing.
Are you ready? Because this is how the sound is supposed to be normally. Hello? Hello? Hello?
That's what I'm saying. It was, when we tested this morning, it was working. That's why I was very surprised that it just stopped.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
So can you connect that to the speaker?
Yes. What?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, can you help us now with the speaker?
Yes.
Hello? Hello? This is
Hello.
it. Please don't
Hello? Hello, Professor Paramela. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are within the tea break, and so the next 10
Okay.
minutes we'll be with you.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Professor Parimela.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hello.
I want to try and share your screen.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I'll
that
do that. Yeah. Maybe you have to permit me to share the screen
I
because
think you are.
it shows you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Okay,
That is
just
the
give me a
message.
minute.
Yes.
Okay, try sharing now.
Yeah. Yes. Is it okay now?
Yes. See, it's very okay. So in the next 2-3 minutes, we'll start.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the short. Okay. Okay, welcome back from the short tea break. So sorry that it was a bit rushed. We just needed to continue because our next speaker is on already. So we'll be Professor Parimela, sorry, from School of. She'll be speaking on recharged artificial aquifer strategy for strengthening water access in developing nations. Professor Parimela, you can have the floor, ma'am.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your introduction. So the topic, as you said, recharged artificial aquifer strategy for strengthening water access in developing nations. So nature itself recharging by itself. Why we need this?
Okay, Professor Parimela, can you say something, please? Let's confirm if our audio. Okay.
No, your voice is not clear.
Yes, we can hear
Can
you.
you please repeat again? Yeah.
Go on, Prof.
Can I proceed?
The voice of the presenter
can hear
is
you.
clear, but the one who is questioning voice was not clear, so I don't know.
Okay. Shall I proceed now?
Please proceed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So when nature itself recharging, why would we go for artificial recharge? And now, yeah, so that is the question. So now first session, we will see what is the need for artificial recharge. Then we go, what are the various methods through which we can recharge especially for the developing countries. And then we'll see one case study also, how after recharging, it is improving the groundwater level and quality. We will see that also. Now, if you just see global water scenario, 97% of water, it is in ocean, but we know it is not usable by us. Whereas 2.2, it is in glaciers, and 0.7 groundwater, and less than 0.1% is in surface water. Though, so if you just see, we have fresh water, which is readily available for us is groundwater and surface water, but it is not always fresh as you think. Many of the human activities, it has spoiled the surface water quality as well as the groundwater. If you just see this figure, nature doesn't need human. It can revitalize itself. It will just rain for some time and it don't rain for some day, and then again it will rain. So nature itself will regain. That water will be used by plants or something, and there is a sustainability. But when there is an issue, so now we are just concentrating what is the need for artificial recharge when the nature itself can have the ability to take the surface water into the ground. So what this human intervention did to us, so we just did deforestation, but we did not go for planting. Then there was agricultural revolution, but we didn't think about water conservation. And then again, discharge of untreated wastewater into the river, especially in developing country. If you just consider India, 70% of sewage wastewater, which is coming from our toilet, it is not treated. Only 30%, because of the economically, we do not have too much fund to implement or for complete treatment thing. And then if you just see here, though we have agricultural revolution, so now India, if you consider it, is very much food sustainable country, but still, though we are food sustainable, we do not have the knowledge of the application of fertilizer and pesticides, how much to be applied at an optimum quantity. So when this runoff goes into the surface water, this will be the condition of the river. And then we can just see industrial revolution is happening, but without air pollution control. And then again, here also you can see industrial revolution without complete reuse of the wastewater. In all the industries doesn't have zero discharge or wastewater to reuse. So human intervened without proper sustainability. That is the reason we are just can't bear with the available natural water recharge. So just simple example, if we had a sustainable human intervention, the earth will be like this. If not, now it is suffering. So even people who are there also getting suffered. Some of the global fact I would like to say, which may emphasize us to think why we need to think about water conservation. If you just see here, it's all taken from United Nations website. Children are going to fetch water even without going to school. But whatever the water they are fetching, is that of good quality? It is not a safe water also. Because of that safe water, we can see many people around the world, 2 billion people around the world lack safe water drinking. Let it be, let them, even if you just think they are going to hospital, but still the patients, they do not have sufficient water. The relatives are walking far away to fetch the water. That is the condition today. 1 in 4 people suffer due to illness because of the poor water quality. And then water use by sector. If you just see here, India and then African continent. So most of us use water for agricultural purpose. This also, see, if you see, 72% of water is used for agriculture, whereas 16%. So this sector wise, because of the increasing in population, so we need to have a good food sustainability. That is why we are just going for more agricultural sector. So that is the reason where we need more water. Then sometimes if you see around the world, only 24 countries reported that they all are covered by their own country boundary in order to withdraw the water. Whereas remaining country, one example I would like to say here, India and Pakistan, which is shown here. India is this side where you have an Indus River. That river, this white line, you can consider as a border. This river is passing through other country, but they are not in very good condition, terms and condition. So the people, though the nature is just passing through the boundary, the people in Pakistan, they may think sometimes if they construct a big dam in the Indian side, what will happen to the water sustainability of the other side? These kind of issues also we are facing. Many of the countries, so only 25 countries are very safe, where they have their own aquifer, very good surface water resources, whereas the other country, they share the water bodies also. So these are the very main reason why we need to consider water conservation. So, yeah. And then this time, the World Water Day, the main concept is gender. So if you just see here, the water crisis is a women crisis. Why it is to be considered as a women crisis? If you just see here, though it is equal, the global water crisis affects everyone, but not equally. Why is it so? Because women are the one taking care of the family, and they lose their education because they are going to fetch water. Doesn't mean men are not caring. They are just doing some other work for their regular life, like economic safety. They are taking care, and women are there. They are the one who is taking care of the family, kids, household work, and they depend more on the water. So the women are the one mostly affected because of this water crisis. Now, so these are the some reason I have given why we need to go for artificial recharge. Why natural recharge itself not sufficient? Because of the insufficient water. We have seen what are the crises across the globe. Now, let me explain what is the Indian scenario. As I am from India, I would like to show, and I am also from developing country, how we are facing, what kind of water issues are there in India. Now we will see that. So if you see the geology itself a issue here, what is the geological issue? If you just see here, 75% of the land in India is a hard rock. What is that? If it is a hard rock, what is the issue? So hard rock, it will not have too much of pores within it. So in such a case, whenever it is raining, it cannot naturally reach or absorb the water, surface water into the ground. So in such a case, almost 70% of the land area is hard rock, means the groundwater storage will not be easily possible. Only remaining 25% we can have good amount of groundwater storage, or in a weathered portion of this hard rock region, we can go for a groundwater storage. Naturally, this geology itself is not having very good capability to store the natural recharge. That is one of the issue in India. Then next one is rainfall pattern. So we need water every day, but we are not getting as much as water every day. Even the small amount also not sufficient. Only few months it is raining, whereas other months, if you just see here, January, February, it is just an average. Only June, July, August, September, we could see some good amount of rainfall, whereas this amount of rainfall only utilized for remaining days of the year. In such a case, this non-uniform rainfall pattern is also one of the reasons for the crisis. Whereas if we just consider the European countries, we can see the rainfall pattern will be almost straight. Throughout the year, they may get some amount of rainfall. The pattern will not be like this as in India. And then agriculture and groundwater. You just consider why specifically now I am into groundwater, because in southern part of India, we have only non-perennial river. What is that? Non-perennial river, it will flow only during rainfall season. Otherwise, it will be completely dry. In such a case, the farmers, they depend only on the groundwater. And even in the northern part of India, even though we have a perennial river which will flow throughout the year, the canals which are conveying the water from the agricultural land, from the river to the agricultural land, it is not completely maintained. There may be some water loss. Even in such a case also, the farmer mainly depend on the groundwater for their agricultural purpose. So this increases the groundwater dependence in India. So this is the another reason why we need to go for artificial recharge. You can just see here, 80% of the irrigation depends on groundwater in India. And now let it be, whatever the case, let us use the water. Can we use it? If you just see here, 96 districts in 12 states have been affected by high arsenic contamination in groundwater. And then the fluoride. So fluoride and arsenic are very toxic elements. We cannot use the water, even if it is very small amount also, we cannot consume that water. If we consume that water, you can see here, arsenic contamination, it is just how it is damaging the skin of the people. Whereas if someone is drinking water with the fluoride is essential, but when it is less than the essential amount or higher than the essential amount, it will cause bone, you can see dental fluorosis as well as bone will also be affected. Now, this arsenic and fluoride, is this induced by the industrial wastewater? Maybe the Central Pollution Control Board of India can stop that industry completely. They can close the industry. But this arsenic and fluoride are coming naturally. Whatever the hard rock region, some of the rocks are releasing this arsenic and fluoride into the water, and people are depending on the groundwater. When they use that water, they have an issue. Some of the people, they can't even use this groundwater. That is the another issue. Now again by nature itself we have issue. Nature is good as well as, if you just see almost the coastal line, southern part of India completely with the coastal aquifer, covered by the coastal aquifer. Here also what happens because of this, though we have many advantages, but still with respect to water, we have disadvantages too. So now India's population, world number one India in that case, we need more water also. And then people surveillance also very high near the coastal region. So we are trying to pump out the water near the coastal region. So because of the industrial development or all commercial activities are taking place near the coast only. But when we pump water near the coast, the sea water intrusion is getting into the land and it is affecting the fresh water which is available inside the land surface. This is also another issue. So is this quality of water available at ease? Okay, let the quality, quantity, whatever maybe. Is it easily available for the people? If you just see people walk for a mile and then during night time, they don't sleep because the lorry, they come during, this is a water tanker. During daytime, in order to avoid the traffic, they send the water tanker during night time. So the people will not be sleeping and waiting for the tankers to get the water. This is the scenario in India. So beyond that, now all over the world, we are facing climate impact of climate is also impacting on the rainfall. So you can just see here, southern India, we can expect that there is 20% of increase in rainfall. And then if you just see here, in the middle one, India is expected to see an increase in frequency and severity of hot extremes. So this is going to increase the rainfall as well as it is going to increase the drought also. For prolonged duration, we may not be getting rainfall. So how this climate is going to affect our rainfall? Sometimes short intensity, high frequency rainfall. Sometimes we cannot expect for how many years it may not rain. So the flood and drought are another unexpected events. Even before this climatic change, we used to have flood and drought all over the world. But now the severity is expected very high. The frequency is expected to be very high. Previously, we just even study like more once in 100 year we can expect, or once in 50 year we can expect flood or drought. Now that is not going to be the case. So if you just see here for the Indian climate for one area, nothing. So it is a simple scientific calculation. The black ones are drought. Within 10 to 20 years, we are just expecting 4 times drought is expected. That is, the rainfall is less than the average rainfall. You can see the red lines here. This indicates the flooding. Okay. So this is not so frequent before. Now only we are getting such a frequent flooding and then frequent drought. So this is because of the climate impact only. And then when here I'm just going to conclude the reason. So far I'm just discussing why we need to go for artificial recharge when the nature itself can recharge the ground, but what is the need? If you just see here another example, nature itself recharging, right? Then why we need to go for artificial recharge? You assume here this light blue lines are rainfall and the thick border, that is our tube wells. So tube well will be like this. In this tube well, after the rainfall, you can see after the rainfall, the water level is up to this level. Then the rainfall stopped. People started pumping out the water from this particular well for their agricultural purpose. Now what happened? The water level gone down. Before the next monsoon, the water level gone down. Gone down, always it is natural that when we pump the water level is going to be reduced. But there is some limit up to which it can be withdrawn. If you see here this red line, the people could have stopped withdrawal up to this level. That is the average rainfall recharge that can happen. But because of the more agricultural activity, population increase, demand in groundwater, people started extracting more amount of water where the nature can withstand. That amount itself gone. They have extracted more amount of water. Even if it is raining also, it cannot bring the groundwater level to the average level which is expected by the next rainfall. So that is the major crisis. We can extract water, but we shouldn't extract the amount which can be recharged by the natural rainfall. Now let us see the solution. We have seen throughout this time what are the issues. Groundwater extraction, surface water, untreated wastewater discharge, increased in population, dependency on the groundwater, everything we have seen. Now let us see how this recharge can help us to improve this situation. There are various methods available. I'll just give a gist of few methods and then I will show you practically. One method is tested in the field and we can see whether it helped to improve the groundwater level and quality or not. So these are the some of the methods. Aquifer storage and recovery. Water will be injected during rainfall and the injected water will be extracted during non-rainy season. This is one method of artificial recharge. When it is injected into the ground, the water level will be rising. If we don't inject this water into the well, ground, what will happen? It will just go as a runoff into the sea. So we are trying to store some amount of runoff using this structure. So it will be slowly moving within the ground. Whenever we want, we can take out for our purpose. This is some example. This is done in case of Abu Dhabi, but they have not used the rainfall. They have used the treated seawater, desalinated water is used to recharge and then they are pumping out whenever there is a need. Continuously, the desalination plant is going to work. Sometimes if there is any issue, maintenance shutdown, in such a case, they need not panic. They have recharged some desalinated water that can be used during rain period. Because we could have seen artificial recharge and managed aquifer recharge. So previously, artificial recharge only we have used the rainfall as a source of water. Now, other than rainfall, we cannot depend only on the rainfall for our groundwater recharge to meet the daily demand of us. We need to have another source of water. Now, even we are treating the wastewater and then checking its quality, then we are recharging into the ground. Here also, the seawater is directly not used for the recharge. It is treated and then it is stored in the aquifer and it is recovered in some other place. Here also similar concept, aquifer storage and recovery. Here also recovery means whenever the water is passing through the aquifer material means our ground material only. While the water is passing through that, sometimes the treatment of water is also taking place. This is aquifer storage and recovery. Now you have river bank filtration. So what is that river bank filtration? Near the river, we can put a pumping well. What is the use of keeping a well near the river? Whenever we keep a well near the river, this pumping well will include more amount of this radius of influence will touch the river. More water is expected in this pumping well because whenever water is in the river, sometimes there may be more evaporation and then it may have contamination also. But most of the time in India, the river water is treated and then it is supplied to the people. But when we pump the well, when we keep a well near the river and we take out the pumping, most of the treatment is happening within the distance between the pumping well and the river. Now, you see here, water here. Now, I'm just pumping out from this well. When this river water is moving, most of the floating material, maybe the cloth, water bottles, everything will be retained here and then it will pass through the microbes. So these microbes, through the process of filtration, absorption, biodegradation, redox reaction, most of the microbes and then other colloidal particles will be retained within this area and then there will be mixing of regional groundwater. Whenever we drill a well, from all 360 direction, water gets into this well. So it may be mixing with the fresh groundwater. Then you may get good amount of water quantity as well as quality. We need to check the quality before we supply this water for drinking purpose. Yeah. So this kind of riverbank filtration is used in Germany for more than 100 years. Even in India, we are using. This is one of the examples. Here you can see river and you can have pumping wells. So whenever they pump water, from this river, water will be going to this pumping well. From there, it will be distributed to the people, depending if there is any treatment, maybe chlorination, if something is required, that will be done and they will send to the people. So percolation pond, it is best suitable for unconfined aquifer, where even small area is enough to catch the rainwater. And then soil aquifer and treatment. What does it mean? Here also, the source of water is even the treated wastewater. Previously, we have seen rainwater recharge, then treated desalinated water recharge, and then even the river water, which is polluted, that is getting recharged into the ground. Now we are seeing even the treated wastewater can also be used for groundwater recharge. That method is called soil aquifer treatment. The tertiary treated water will be sent to this small pond, then that will be getting recharged. The same treatment process will happen. Filtration, adsorption, biodegradation, everything. And then that will be mixed with the natural groundwater. Here you can see one study we have done here in India, where the grey water is used for the recharging purpose. What we did, the grey water is nothing but water which is coming out from the kitchen and then the bathroom. It will not include any fecal contaminated water. That water is taken and then we have done all the initial test and then small treatment unit. It's on laboratory scale we did the small test. Then it is undergoing various laboratory scale treatment where the filtration is taking place. Then we test here all the parameters, pH, turbidity, TSS, total suspended solids. And then finally, we just constructed a small pond where this treated water is sent into this pond. Then that is getting recharged into the ground. So here, this is one kind of test and where it gave very good improvement. It is not affecting the groundwater quality as it is already treated. So always, whenever we use this treated water for as a source of groundwater recharge, we should always test the quality of water at various level before it is used for any agricultural or industrial purpose. This is the rainwater harvesting, which is mandatory in southern part of India, Tamil Nadu. That means government itself passed a GO. Every household should have a rainwater harvesting system. Whenever it is raining from their roof, they should have a pipe. This rainwater will go into the ground. Sometimes there may be small filtration unit where the rainwater will be getting treated and it will be improving the groundwater level. Sometimes if it is not properly maintained by us, they don't give us a power supply or they'll stop the piped water supply to us. So this one is made mandatory in the southern part of the India. And then another thing is check dam. Because if we don't check the water which is flowing in the river, what will happen? Everything will get into the sea. But wherever there is non-perennial river, that means the river which will flow only during monsoon season, throughout the year, this river may be dry and people will start using more amount of groundwater. And we have seen the condition in India, the groundwater level decline is taking place beyond the level of natural recharge could replenish the aquifer. So we cannot even store all the runoff water. Small check dams, maybe 2 to 3 meter. This is constructed across the river in India. And now during monsoon season, this river itself acting as a storage space. And then this water is getting into the ground for the recharging purpose. And then farm pond, because our title itself, how we can have a safe access. If we recharge, if water is available only, we can have very good access to the water. So now even we have an option. We have seen in the beginning, all over the world, farming, 70% of water is used for agricultural purpose. In such a case, every farmer can have one small pond in their parcel, each parcel of the land. You know, if you just see here, this one we have constructed, one of the PhD scholar is doing research. It is just 3 meter by 3 meter, not even less than a small cabin size. We are constructing a pond and the depth may be 1 meter in a farm land, agricultural farm land. We have constructed with the help of the farmer, where we don't even need a skilled labor. Nothing is required. It's like how we do. We just take a small, in olden days, we have our vessels and then collect the fresh rainwater. But here, each farmer can construct a small pond where in every parcel of the land, the rainwater will be stored and that will be getting recharged. It will also improve the groundwater quality and then the quantity. So this one we have seen. So just one case study I have taken how the check dam improved the groundwater level. So this is the check dam and we have done, so the objective is to see how much the recharge have taken place and all those things. Just I'm not going to in depth, I'll just show because of this dam up to what distance the groundwater recharge have taken place and how the quality is improved in the surrounding area. And then how people lifestyle have improved because of this water. That is what you are going to see now. I'm not going to go very in depth into it. So these are the objectives. We have collected too many data for this topographical survey, and then we would like to know what is the geology in this area, infiltration test, drilling of borehole. We collected the water sample, soil sample. Periodically, we have done all the tests. Then, so in the laboratory also, soil analysis, trace element, isotopic analysis, pesticides, because farmers, I have just said, farmers are using more pesticides. And so we need to check those things before we say whether this dam is improving the water quality or not. So this is the geological profile, what we have done. So we have just concluded this is the dam area where water is stored. Beyond that, we could see some good amount of clay and then clayey sand. This area is very much used for groundwater recharge because it is mostly sand where if we store water, it will give very good space to store the water below the ground. This is what we understood from this geology, whether this dam is located at a correct location or not, because I stated most of the area is a hard rock. So generally before construction we have to do, but sometimes they try to do wherever without even testing, sometimes it may happen. So first we tested whether the dam is located in a correct place for the groundwater recharge. So this test is passed. Now we went for recharge, assessment of effect of check dam recharge. If you just see here, the green ones and then the red ones, these are the wells, sampling wells. So you can see here the green ones indicated in green color. The quality is very good and then the water level also substantially improved near the check dam. In case if there is no check dam in this area, the red one is a check dam, you can see other areas, the water level improvement is not so good in those wells. Whereas the wells which are located closer to the check dam, it is showing substantial groundwater level raise. That only shown in this graph. So now we have seen how the water level have improved in those areas. Now let us see whether it improved the groundwater quality or not, because we do not know the quality of this water. Just like that, the rain is coming and then it is bringing all the surface water contaminant into the river and this water is stored. When that is going into the ground, whether the quality is good or not. Even the quality test, major ions, all electrical conductivity, everything shows that the water quality near the check dam is very good, even than the other areas which are away from the check dam. So these are the simply water quality levels. This is the water quality in the check dam, which is very less. Less means it is good in quality. These straight lines are the quality of the wells located near the dam. That is also good. So how much is the recharge? After the, in case if there is only groundwater recharge, you can see only 17% improvement. But because of the check dam, you can see 60% of groundwater level improvement taken place in that area. So this is the quality. All the tests we have done, pesticides, turbidity, microbiological test, and then the treatment, how the check dam water had some microbes issue. But when it is passing through the aquifer, what I was telling as a river bank filtration, though the check dam water had some microbiological issue, when it is passing through the aquifer, it substantially, naturally it got treated and it had very less amount of microbiological contaminant in the groundwater. And that also, if we just keep the water for the drinking purpose, that is also not the issue in those areas. So finally, we know with respect to the water quality, check dam water is always good. 100, it shows always check dam water quality is very good, whereas the groundwater wells located closer to the check dam is very good comparing to other wells. Again, suitability for irrigation purpose also we checked. So overall, we understood this check dam could improve up to 2 meter, 1.5 meter for about 1.5 meter surrounding kilometer. It improved the groundwater level, and then it improved the groundwater quality also. From the river up for about 1.5 kilometer, it benefited the region. This is what, even through the modeling also, we tried with and without the check dam, what is the improvement. If there were no check dam, the red line is the lowest water level. But after the check dam, you can see substantial improvement. The green one shows the highest water level. Always after the check dam, we could see high amount of groundwater level in that area. If there were no recharge structure, the water level would have been very less in that area. Now, what is the benefit to the people? Always you can see improvement in the water quantity, quality. Then agriculture, they say that 70% they could increase, and then income. Even their real estate value near that area is also improved. They are going for fishing also. Most of them, they said they could see good amount of yield because they have water supply from the dam for their agricultural purpose. So even it is improving their livelihood also. So in the basin, we just assessed only one check dam. If such check dams are constructed across the entire river for certain distance, the entire basin will be benefited. So this is the effect. We are just consuming only 8.5% of runoff, which is going into the river. This side you can see Bay of Bengal. This was the Arani River. One check dam we have seen, and we have seen how it improved the groundwater quality, quantity, then people lifestyle, everything we have seen. So always the recharge structure shown substantial improvement. So because of this one check dam, what happened in that area? Groundwater level increased by about 3 meter. Check dam increased the recharge 3 times. Naturally, there was a recharge, but because of this storage, 3 times higher amount of recharge, and for about 1 million meter cube of water getting recharged, and groundwater quality is improved. Natural treatment process during recharge improved the groundwater quality. Up to several kilometers, it benefited. Even livelihood of the people improved. Even with the proposed additional check dam, runoff will be about 5.5 million meters cube per year. Thank you. So with this, I am completing my presentation. Thanks for your attention. And I also would like to thank Dr. Foluzo for his invitation and his entire team. I wish to thank you all. If there is any question, please.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Professor Parimala. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure there was a lot that we have all learned from the presentation. So we'll just take a few questions. Okay.
Sure.
Can go. Okay. Can we have everyone who is interested in asking questions to know how long to allocate for the questions? Okay, well, just one person. Okay, 2 people for now. So you can go answer very quickly, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Adeshola Kukoyi. My question borders on the fact that globally there is concern for the fish migration. That is to ensure that our fish resources can move freely across the water body. And the idea of check dam, as much as it addresses the challenge of the restoring the aquifer, may potentially, that is the unintended consequence, threaten fish migration. I'd like to know what your thought is on that. Then number two, here in Nigeria and some other countries, malaria is a major problem. And one of the ways we try to address malaria is to tackle the which is ponds. So since we have ponds suggested for that, the farm area, what's your thoughts on its unintended consequence as far as the malaria epidemic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
I think you can just respond and then we take the next question. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
If you just see here itself, where I am stand, 1 minute. Yeah, you see here this river. This is the condition during non-monsoon season. That is only for 3 months. There used to be water here. Maybe one month, 2 months. Only for 30 days, there used to be water in this river without the check dam. Okay. Now, the fish even develops only after the construction of check dam only. If there is no check dam, the entire river condition will be dry like this only. Only because of this check dam, because it is a non-perennial river. Your question will be very much valid. If it is a perennial river where it is going to flow throughout the year, that may be major issue. But here, if there is no such check dam, always the river will look like this only. Only in the puddles, you will have water, where you can expect only small fishes over there. Here, even the questionnaire survey, people said only after construction of check dam, at least they could get some good amount of fishes. Even they are using that for selling. In this area, this check dam is an advantage. Because of that, the fishes were there. If this check dam is not there, even there is no going, there is not there. Only you will have a farm, pond fishes, not the river fishes in this area. So that is why it is not a big concern, especially in this particular study site.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you had another question on mosquitoes and breeding of mosquitoes and open ponds, when you have farm ponds.
Yeah, farm ponds, yes, we do have such kind of that issues may be there, but not the mosquitoes. Even when we go for irrigation also, there will be mosquitoes always. Because wherever there is a water logging, there will be issue of mosquitoes. But when there is no water, farmers cannot even go for agricultural activities. And it is not going to affect the environment. And we are not storing any wastewater into the pond. In the farm, I am suggesting only rainwater harvesting, not the wastewater. So it won't affect the farmland or farmers, nothing. So it is just a rainwater we are storing, and there will be mosquitoes. Even for the irrigation purpose also, farmers are going irrigating with the water. Wherever there is a water, there will be some mosquitoes. In the farmland, there will be many insects. So it won't harm much. Whereas when you go for a soil aquifer treatment, where the treated wastewater is used, there we need to go for, we have certain biological chemicals that may be spreaded over the water. It will affect only the mosquito breeding. It won't affect the water quality. But that is in case of treated wastewater recharge. That should not happen where the people are there.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yes, I think that's a valid response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Parimela. This is Folusho.
Hello, Professor.
You mentioned something about the capacity, the ability of probably removing flood You cited in India that there were times of flood and times of
Yeah.
water scarcity, drought.
Yes.
So it's kept me thinking. We in Africa, in Nigeria and in Ghana, there were recent cases of flood. And I'm just looking at it that can we then harvest, because we have very high rainfall index, can we then harvest rain and instead of it being on the surface and flooding everywhere, we can then charge it into the aquifer? The question I'm just thinking of now is, what is the capacity of the aquifer to take the volume of water that may be coming as a result of rainfall?
Yes. Yes. I got your
Is it
question.
something that one can have an idea or predict and say, okay, if the rainfall index is so value, this quantity of water can be stored within the aquifer instead of it flooding the city? Thank you.
Yes. Yes. This is a good question, but sometimes the aquifer may have the capacities to store the water. But however, during high intensity rainfall, the aquifer infiltration capacity, because already it is flooded, and high intensity rainfall is always it is not useful for us to recharge the ground. Always we want the less intense rainfall, which will improve the groundwater recharge. And during flooding time, what we expect, the flooding is because of the high intensity short-term rainfall only it is happening. That time, even this recharge will not be helpful. But maybe after the flooding is gone, whatever water is stored, that will be helpful for us after the rainfall. That's all. We don't have a sudden system where we can pull all the flood water into the ground. It is not always possible. Only whatever the recharge method we are suggesting, if there is no such recharge structure, even during when it is flooding also, in the ground there will not be any recharging structures to hold some part of flooded water. That is a thing I want to explain. So there is no such system, just recharge everything into the ground as it is flooding. That is not always possible. This depends upon the capability of the recharge structure, space availability. Yes, we have a calculation we can do how much aquifer can recharge. But within a short time, aquifer cannot hold the water like a river because it is storing a water within the pore space in it. It needs some time for the surface water to get into the ground. It won't occur within a week or within a month. So depending upon the geology, how the surface water is getting into the ground, that will depend upon whether it is a clay or a rock with a big fracture or alluvium. Depends that only we can decide the capacity of aquifer to hold the water. So it is not just suddenly possible to avoid. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, okay. I think, Professor, thank you very much for an interesting presentation, and I think very enlightening presentation. Based on the previous question, I think you are quite perfect that we cannot be able to absorb all the flood water to the aquifer. One of the other methods now people are using is the sponge city method, where you make sure that within the city there is a cautions area which are very well with the vegetation and so on, and then will also allow funding of water in the location. So water will fund for a period of time and gradually infiltrate into the soil and recharge the aquifer effectively. Thank you.
Yes, I do agree with you, but it won't be yeah, very correct. It won't completely stop the flooding. If
no, it will not. It will not. It will not. But at least a substantial amount of water can also be captured.
Exactly.
Yeah, not lose everything.
Yes. Yes.
Mm. is some of the things we are thinking of the sponge city and then the BTI, that is the blue-green infrastructure and other related issues. Thank you.
Yes. Here in India also, we are just using it. In the major cities, they are using this method.
Thank you very much, Professor Parimela. Thank you very much for the responses to the questions. Thank you very much, everyone, for the questions and for even paying attention. We appreciate the audience. Okay, so we'll just call on Professor Agumbiade to wrap up this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by appreciating Professor Parimela. She's a very, very wonderful woman. I was with her in India in January till March last year. And she's a scholar par excellence and she's a collaborator. We want to appreciate you for the opportunity to hear from you, to learn from you. We thank you for honoring our invitation. She also was in Nigeria middle of last year. So she's familiar with our terrain and we're familiar with our terrain. So thank you very much for this opportunity, for offering us out of your weight of knowledge. Thank you. I also want to appreciate every one of us for this session.
Yeah.
We will be going for the lunch break, which would be till 2. By 2, we're expecting the university management for the opening ceremony of the event, and the event will continue thereafter. So I want to employ us to interact. Our people from the community interact with every other person. We can still learn from each other. So thank you very much for that. Please, by 2, let us be back here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Bye. Have a good day. Bye, professors.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye all.
Sorry, I did not acknowledge all the people that are online. Thank you also for staying committed. Professor Wally, Professor John, and all the other colleagues online. We'll be back. The link was.
So you get what I'm saying? Yeah, well, great.
Hello. Hmm. I'm good. And you, how are you? Eh? Good. Mm-hmm. Which message? Eh? I answered you. When
Online participants, can you hear me? Sorry that it took us long. We will start the...
Yes, we can hear you.
Afternoon session now.
We are hearing.
Start with the opening ceremony. While we are still expecting some of the university management, we have other teams of Afretec. But I want to be sure that I can be heard online.
We can hear you, sir.
If you can
We
hear
are
me,
hearing.
just thumbs up or... It's on those 2 seats. It's okay for them. I'm hard online. You can hear me. Okay. Excuse me. I'm trying. I'm not very much. Please, let's call me. I'm going to go down. One of the major reasons is that we have congregation meeting today and they are just finishing. But because we want to buy time, I wouldn't know. Some of our physical presenters, how many of us are here? Physical. Okay, I think we'll quickly start with you and we'll stop the moment they come, so that we will not be waiting and we'll, Dr. Kukoyi, can you please look for the presentation on addressing impact of heavy metal pollution? I think it's likely to be number 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, please. On the alternative, I can also check it here.
Yes, I can't see now.
Okay. So please come around, sir. I want to project this from here. Please stop sharing. Stop sharing from there. Thank you. Can start.
Right. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. The chairperson, LOC, distinguished participants, and everyone here. My name is Adeshola Kukoyi. I'm here to discuss addressing impact of heavy metal pollutants on groundwater in e-waste locations. And what we did was we looked at the case study on Alaba international markets and Olusosun communities. So we all know that heavy metals, or what we call potential toxic metals, they constitute health hazards in the environment. And we all know 2 major locations here in Lagos, that is the Alaba International Market and the Olusosun community, that's the dump site area around Ojota. There are places where informal processing of electronic products and the likes, which involves burning of these products to recover some metal elements like copper and so on. And this informal activity tends to expose the area, especially the groundwater, to the leachates from the heavy metal constituents of the Nigeria is a major hub for the second-hand electronic market, what we call Tokumbo. So a lot of this comes through this avenue. Now, we are looking at this problem from a policy angle. We know that the social, economic, health, and environmental dimensions of international development, they are complex, they are interconnected, they are interdependent, and they are consequential. What it means is that when we try to solve a problem from the economic angle, it can impact the social, the health, and so on. That's what we are trying to say. So, and that brings us to the fact that we need a framework that is nuanced and multidisciplinary, in the sense that it can also be tailored to offering pathways on science to policy advice. The assessment, what we did is that we leveraged on the work of Fatoussi et al. That we looked at the limitations with the available data, that's historical data. The work used microwave, that's MOES analysis, and we also, addressed the empirical gap that needed to be, filled. Then, like I said earlier, our site is Agaba International and Resource Communities. So what we did was that we looked at the sampling, the Lagos well beds, the heavy metals scanned through that tech, and then we looked at the risk indices and then the framework. But I want to focus more on the framework because all that has been well done and published ab initio. So it's the framework that allows us to be able to translate it from science to policy. That's what I'm focusing on now. So we focused on Lagos because Lagos has 10% of Nigeria's population, and we know Nigeria's population in terms of Africa is highly representative, is 1 to 5 of the population. Then, of course, 75% of groundwater in that axis was considered not fit for drinking. So, and of course, the threat from the toxic waste is that there's risk of neurological disorders, there's risk of kidney damage, respiratory problem, and cancer. So those are the challenges we try to address. And it's more, the risk is more in children and the pregnant women and so on. So it's worth looking into. So now talking about the framework in relation to SDGs, because the challenge with SDG is that SDG comes with its own paradox. And unless we understand that paradox, we'll not be able to address the major challenge that comes with development. For example, when we try to address problems generally in terms of SDGs, we look at, okay, how do we solve the problem of SDG 2, zero hunger, no poverty, which is 1, reduce inequality, gender equality, and so on. We try to solve that. That's our focus. Then, but that brings us to another dimension, which is the issue of the opportunities that we tend to promote in trying to address those SDG challenges. For example, we talk about access to energy, which comes with a lot of energy, devices, infrastructure, and all that. And, then the issue of decent work, economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure. We all have laptops, we all have sophisticated phones and all that. But the question we don't ask ourselves, where does all the battery systems that we use for all these things, where do they go? How do we process them? We all end up throwing them into the environment. Nobody cares what happens to them. And these things become, threats to our groundwater in the long run. And of course, so the challenges now that it now brings us to is the issue of the health and well-being, water quality. Of course, we have talked about challenges of sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, life below water, life on land, and all that. Those are the challenges that we face. So now, coming back to our presentation, which is now our recommendations, we look at the need to enforce regulations. The regulations are there, but to enforce that regulation, we need stakeholder mapping and, of course, stakeholder engagement. It must be quality, engagement. Of course, the aquifer, monitoring. We have to continuously look at, what is in these reserves and so on. Of course, the health interventions, because sometimes you cannot just ignore the people that are affected, and it's not good enough to say you want to evacuate people from those places and so on. So those are recommendations, and thank you for listening.
You will permit me to administer this session by first taking the presentations. Please, if you have questions for him, write it down. Please don't forget. So we'll now put this question session together so that we can, as much as possible, manage time. You know that we spent 1 hour, 30 minutes for the break than the normal time. So I want to invite the second presenter that is here physically, Olaiwola, to the podium while I put up his presentation. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
LOC, the organizers, and the presenters. I'm Olaiwola Akim by name. I'm from a department, a conference paper titled Synthesis and Characterization of Adosapatite Produced from Cow Teats for Wastewater Treatment. Though this research focuses on converting the wastes into the wets, that is the sustainable materials for the removal of pollutants in wastewater. Now, I can see maybe from the present challenges of wastewater. I mean, then even we still thank God in the maybe 1,000 naira. Now, industrial wastewater contain hazardous pollutants requesting for effective treatments. You know, some hazardous materials that is get into the wastewater cause a damage, loss of life to aquatic animal. At the same time, the human environment need a quick removals effectively. Now, many treatments have been used in removing those pollutants in the water, but due to maybe the expensive and not quality available, so we'll not be able to go on again. The issue of the agricultural waste materials, such as hydrocarbon, activated carbon and their lives, come in to heat, but now we are now focusing on cow teeth into the hepatite for the removal of that pollutant, because the cow teeth is much abundant here and there. So the aim of this research is to synthesize, characterize adosapatite from locally available waste cow teeth, biogenic, to and evaluate the potential in removal of pollutants in the wastewater. These are the methodology of the study. The cow teeth collected from pure market and then washed, transfer into the hydrogen peroxide, that is oxidizing in the of gas present in the teeth. Later, peroxide. After that, dry in the oven, grinding, then calcine at 900.
table 2, the functional group of our synthesized cow teeth. This is the table 2, which shows the peak and the transmitter and assigned band with functional group that are present in that particular materials. That is showing us that is what is a promising material for the pollutant removal. This table, the table 3, shows the elemental composition, that is element that is present in that particular materials. These are the elements and the symbol and the percentage composition present in the materials. The XRD is also one of the characterization that is giving us that is what the insight that the materials developed is useful for the removal of the pollutants in wastewater. The final the characterization is BETS. BETS was carried out at the same time in order to take note of the surface area, pore volume, and pore diameter. These are the figure that is generated. The conclusion, this is what I'm saying since morning concerning the characterization of the thing, is let me know that it's what we successfully synthesize our materials because of all the characteristics that is our characterization given to us. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't know if there's any other physical presenter. Okay, please. You will come. After this third one, we would go into interactive session, questions. Hopefully by that time. What's the title of your presentation, ma? Okay. Please be coming. Okay. You can come. I want to lift this away. Just a minute. Just a minute. I want to lift this away from there. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. You're all welcome. My name is Ojola Kwalidoyin Esther. I'm physics from physics PhD in view geophysics from Olabisi Onabanjo University. I'm representing a team of 8. The title of our presentation is Pollution Control for Safer Water Treatment and Access in Lagos Informal Settlement. These are the outlines. Access to water does not necessarily mean access to safe water. There is urbanization going on rapidly everywhere, and Lagos inclusive. Household in Lagos now depends on boreholes, water vendors, wells, water storage, just to meet their needs. SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 6, that our title, our conference paper aligns with, says there should be a safely managed water and sanitation so that it can reduce global preventable disease burden. As our people's source for water to be used, sanitation and waste disposal system remain very weak and poorly regulated. So communities, they face exposure to chemical risk, microbial risk, microbial risk as well, even when the water is readily available. Lagos State is of a sedimentary terrain and surface water provision because they are under the urban pressure in providing for themselves. We found that the distance between somewhere like a pit latrine and the well they have dug is just the barrier that is between the water they are drinking and the waste. What if that barrier does not have the capacity to soak away the contaminants? So it readily contaminates their groundwater. Not necessarily they intend it to be so, but because of survival, they just have to go through it. So what do? They try to now, because prevention is better than cure, as is popularly said. The sources of these contaminants are like pit latrines, soak away refuse dumps. The mechanism is when the sewage seep into the groundwater, chemical leachate, that is, the contaminant moves with precipitation of rainfall, and it carries the contaminants along with it to the groundwater. We're talking about aquifer. Aquifer is a groundwater, and its head is hidden, is a fresh water hidden under the ground. Now, there may be surface runoff with the contaminants and it gets to the groundwater. It's the groundwater now we want to protect. Now, some of these water table, they are shallow and easier for the contaminants to travel very fast to get into this water. Contaminant loading, because of the urban pressure, human population waste are generated in large quantity, and they put burden on this water, on this groundwater. The usual focus of every survivor instinct in human is just to drill more boreholes, expand the supply points, treat the water as a quantity problem, and also respond only after contamination has been established. But our framework is going to link this water access directly with pollution prevention and using this groundwater vulnerability assessment to guide our decisions and also to promote low-cost, risk-matched treatment and build community governance for lasting safety. Nationally, globally, nationwide, they all agreed on this policy. What is the policy? Making water available, making sanitation effective, and make sure that there is hygiene. That is the WASH strategy. All of them aligned, and that is what the SDG 6 is monitoring. Monitoring global process in tracking our safely managed drinking water. We have 5 components in this paper, and we'll be looking at them one after the other. A community risk map showing pollution source and high-risk water points. This share evidence base for every later component. The joint stakeholder engagement. Communities and local authorities collaborate through the survey, reconnaissance surveys, like identifying all these contaminant points or sources of these pollutants, and share that idea with all inclusive. That is a tripartite relationship. The survey, the researcher, the community that is facing the impact, and also the authority. After that, then the targeted source identification, high-risk water pinpointing, and evidence-based control. There are assessment toolbox, hydrogeological investigation. There's drastic, which is normally popular and has been established. That the one we're introducing now is GODTP. GODTP is groundwater occurrence, overlying lithology, depth to water table, topography, and protective capacity. GOD has been used in the past, GODT has been used in the past, but additional of P, which is the protective capacity as a parameter, helps to streamline the vulnerability assessment Vulnerability of an aquifer is the tendency of an aquifer to susceptibility of it to contamination. Now we want to map it out. After mapping out, and then see how it can be protected. What Ojolakbe et al. 2026 now did is to make sure, let's find out. Drastic will be used in Lagos, but does not know what happens in Lagos. It does not know what happened in Ikorodu. It does not know what happened in Elepe, where a dump site has been sighted. It does not know what is happening in Odoginyo, where there is an industrial hub of a part of Lagos. Drastic, what GODTP now does is, if you go there, assess it locally, look at the protective capacity of the overburden, because the water is beneath the ground, the surface contaminants run through it. Does the overburden has the capacity to filter away the contaminants and prevent it from getting to the groundwater? With that, we have been able to prevent prevent you siting your borehole or siting your well or even siting the refuse dump, because we still have to treat the waste. The waste have to be dumped somewhere. But will you dump your waste where you know that there is no capacity for it to filter the contaminant before getting to the groundwater? Because the groundwater is there. The water will always find their way. They are related beneath the ground, and they always flow to each other. So if there is a source and the contaminant is flowing, it will definitely get to the water. That's what GeoDTP has been able to do. With this, the risk has been matched, and options are now promoted to locally treat the water, because you can't use one solution for all. Not one size fits all. So according to how they present themselves, then the treatment now goes. With this, we can now engage people, community, make community involved. What would the community do? The community, we have a committee that will be like local vigilante. When they cite any unnecessary, indiscriminately waste disposing, they take note of it, they get the documentation and report to the authority that is in concern, thereby rising up to prevention than looking for how to treat. With this, and that can also be formalized to encourage them to continually be vigilant, to continually reporting the case, and to continually, and the action plan must be with the local authorities so that it can be done. With that, this is a community-centered framework linking pollution control, groundwater protection, affordable treatment, and local governance. It offers a locally grounded pathway to reduce unsafe water exposure and strengthen accountability and support equitable sustainable water access in Lagos and in other similar areas in Africa that may be underserved as well. These are some of our references. Thank you.
Okay, I will want to pause and give us opportunity to interact in questions. So if you have questions for any one of the three presenters, you raise your hand, state the presenter that your question is directed to, and we will quickly get their response. Okay, Prof. Ma, number one. Any other one? Okay, number two, yeah, that's Mr. Babala, I believe. Number two, then Professor Fashion, number three. Any other one? I think those three can be good enough, but if we have others, we would. Okay, Prof, can we have you, ma?
Find out what I'll be speaking to the last presenter. So most communities, most organized communities have some form of watchdog security agencies. Like for Lagos State, we have the Neighborhood Watch. And I know most of their work centers around security, maintaining security within communities. These are people who are from the community and lives within the community. And I was just thinking that for sustainability purposes and for the purpose of not duplicating efforts, is it possible to like bring them on board as stakeholders and engage them in also conducting this kind of security watch? If you see anything like that that has to do with environmental issues, it should be something that they should be reporting on, and there should be a line of reports and action taken. Thank you very much.
Want us to ask the question also altogether? The presenter should take note of the question that's directed to you, ma. Mr. Babala. No, she would answer later because we want to manage time.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's also a fantastic presentation, and it's one area that I myself am looking into. So I want to ask just a quick question. It's directed to the third presenter, pollution, because this has to do with public health. And I'm going to ask, what do you anticipate will be the role of community participation in these things, and what is the expected outcome when community participates in what you have just presented? Thank you. Thank you so much. It's still on the last presenter. Very interesting work. Please keep it up. Now, I'm just looking at the validity period for your GeoDTP, that if it is done today, and I know some of this contaminant, there is a profile of time that it may be valid for today, but in another few years. So do you have a timeline for revalidation? Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm one of the authors, so I'll be answering the first two questions and she answered the third one. Thank you very much for the questions on community safety and participation. One of the things that we thought of while we're trying to, develop this framework is the fact that, like you did mention, the community offers one of the best assets when it comes to sustainability, because they understand some of the socially related issues. And so one of the things we are doing is to be able to say, when this framework is going to be tested, especially in the area of surveillance, the effects of lack of water access and quality, you see it more in the house when the waterborne diseases start to happen. So one of the things we want to do is through the Neighborhood Watch, and we also have World Health Committees, which are also members of the community that work with the primary health centers. So we hope to be able to use this framework to train them in identifying some of the effects, especially for the ones with pit latrines, sewage system and all of that, so that immediately there are they have such kind of arrangements, they can, and they see some of the effects, the waterborne effects and all of that, they can easily identify, this looks like a suspected case, and then they send a message to some of our people that are ambassadors. And we also hope to put in a social incentive in place. For every time they're able to report, there's a sense of doing, we hope to be able to collaborate with them when they're doing community, maybe festivals and all of that, to recognize them, give them a sense of champion award, champion ambassador, so that there's a sense of, oh, we're not just doing this, they are realizing that we also matter. So at the end of the day, we want to give them that framework of we are better together, and they have a role to play. Thank you.
Okay, for the GeoDTP validity, in one of our recommendations when we did, it's actually my PhD research work. GeoDTP is still the newest. It has not been used. Now, we still want to promote it to become a model, like all other established traditional model. So it's still a new model to use. So what happened was we worked in Elepe area, Igbesa, Lusada area. When we applied drastic said some water points are safe. GeoDTP didn't agree. so that is not saved. So like drastic is like a baseline for any of these aquifer vulnerability and any traditional model like GOD, like drastic, different models are there. But GOTP is able to recognize that there is a dam in Elepe, is able to recognize that there's an activity going that drastic globally. Drastic is giving us regional results. The recommendations at the end of this research that I did in school is that there must be evaluation, assessment again, because rapid urbanization happens. So immediately we notice that there is still a land use changes. There are a lot of places springing up. You have to redo another one to continue. It's talking about localized assessment. Based on our situation, we are trying to manage whatever comes our way task. They are already there, the problems are there. But we're trying to do to see how we can mitigate the effects. It doesn't get to us. It doesn't lead to epidemic. That's what we are trying to say. So God TP will be recommended to be done regularly, periodically, as changes occur in our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to assume that there are no questions, or you have a question. You are also a presenter. I hope you are not asking yourself a question. Please, can we give him this mic?
Yes, I need to stand on established protocol. The insight I want to share has to do with the stakeholder engagement. I recall that at the time we did our own work, I spoke with the GM, Yasepa, the LOMA, and some other stakeholders as far as the threat of the e-waste contamination is concerned. And the question that came was that, okay, how can we be sure that it is strictly the e-waste processing? Although right now the Olusoso site has been shut down and the rest is history in that regard. But the point I'm trying to say is that it's very important that whatever solution that we are suggesting is something that is actionable to our stakeholders. Then during our interactive session earlier, I had time to interact with members from the communities that were here. And I told them, okay, out of everything that we discussed today, which do you think is the major problem? And they said, well, it's the issue of quality water. That is their drinking water is their major problem. Then followed by flood mitigation before waste management. They said right now they have huge heap of waste in their area.
Okay.
Now, I now told them that, okay, how do you manage your wastewater in sewer? They said, well, unfortunately, everything still goes to the same space. They now said, okay, well, with this idea of flood, dam check and with what we have in Unilag, is it not possible to develop a partition so that their area will be less prone to flooding and all? But we also identified the fact that when that is done, when land is reclaimed, the risk of taking over their land is also there. So the concern is one part. Another aspect is that their land is not very.
We may not be able to take many aspects because we have limited time. But please take that. That be the last one. Thank you.
Right. So then the other aspect is the fact that their soil is not very good in terms of borehole access. That when they make boreholes, with time the borehole will fail. So if we want to make interventions, we have to make interventions that are sustainable and cost efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cage borehole, maybe a solution there. I think we will rest this a bit. We are expecting the DVC A and R, but the director of Research Management Office is here. The director of CRTS is here. We have some of the pillars of Afretec. So I'm tempted to say that we start. The opening ceremony, or what do you think, directors? Should we continue? Should we wait a bit? Okay. Okay. Okay, while we are doing that confirmation, I would just want us to take one presentation more, and that will be a physical participant that is here, which is Mr. Babalola. I think his presentation is on strengthening. Okay. It's okay, this is system-based, sorry. No. Sorry. Okay. You would. Please. Because it's supposed to be a poster presentation, can you do it in 5 minutes? Okay, thank you.
No, because I want to do it fast, so I don't want to. Research design, basically looking at literature reviews that have been done in this area. My data source, World Health Organization documentations, UNICEF documentations, and some of the World Bank materials that I came across. The inclusion criteria for this study, like I said, it's a literature review. So I've looked at publications between 2016 and 2026. I've also looked at some peer-reviewed articles and reports to arrive at some of the recommendations you will see at the course of this presentation. Now, sustainable water security basically talks about improved access, quality, and reliability for resilient communities. So I've developed a framework. It's not so clear here, but maybe if it's zoom closer. I've looked at it from 6 angles, just like my subject states. I looked at it from financing, health, quality, community participation, and technology. Technology is one aspect that we have not really explored satisfactorily in addressing issues of water quality and access. In my thematic studies, I also came across some statistics that were quite concerning. The key findings from the review says that the infrastructural deficit is about 48%. We'll talk about governance. Governance is quite weak, and the governance that I came across when I was doing this study was about 54%. Financing, water quality, technology, also some of those findings that were not really addressed. The percentage and delivery, especially when it comes to community participation. We see that community participation is about 31%. In other words, we find out that people are not inclusive in in the provision of this clean and acceptable water in their locality, especially the informal settlements that we are discussing at the moment. Now, there are technologies that we can explore, we can use to address issues of water and water provision. Smart monitoring, there is what we call Internet of Things. It's a small device that would get gather data and send it to the cloud. So everyone can access such data and remove the areas that are deficient in this provision. We also looked at centralized treatment of water system, just centralized water system treatment. Instead of having so large, like we have it now, what do they even call it? Water stations. We have them sectorized to maybe localities. Just like, the modular refineries that we are talking about when it comes to petroleum. Quickly, let me just round up. I'll go straight to my recommendation because my time is running. That I believe that will work effectively in addressing this concern is strengthening our institutional and regulatory enforcement. I also believe that if we adopt smart technology, we're able to address issues of water and water shortage, and of course, the quality of water that's made available. I want to encourage also that we scale up partnership because funding is quite important in what we're trying to achieve. We should also institutionalize community participation. That's why I raised one of those questions. One of the questions I raised. I mean, it's very important that communities are involved in providing safe water for them. And what is the expected impact when we employ all these things? We expect that we'll have improved water access and quality. We have better public health system. We have growth and economic performance that are effective. We have climate resilience. And of course, we would achieve our SDG 6 goal, which is water and sanitation for all by the year 2030. I have attached some of my references in this submission for so thank you very much, and I thank you for giving me attention.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We will ask him question later. It's a poster presentation, and when you want to ask him question, his poster is outside. We can interact with him. We just gave it an opportunity to make, because we still have presenters that are online, but we would stop presentation for now, and we will go ahead with the opening ceremony. Despite the fact that we have been speaking, we have not opened. Now we want to open. I will to Mr. Maruf is supposed to moderate this. He's not in. Okay. But I will want to invite to the high table the principal investigator. This conference is an opportunity for us to disseminate our findings and also to interact with people within this space. So I will want to invite Professor Ahmed Amuda. Professor Ahmed Amuda is our principal investigator, the convener of this event. He uses MOH. But what is, sorry, Akim, Mohammed Akim Amuda to the podium, after which I will hand over to Mr. Maruf to coordinate this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your moderation. Since we started the event, it's been to those events. The investigator and the financial and academic challenges. Professor showing that this program is alive. Thank you so much. Such industry. I want to yeah, that's the director of the research. So thank you so much for increasing education. Sources are to ensure that this program is alive. I'm also going to especially share the presence of some of the members of the research team that was to share the presence of some simply lost. So thank you so much. Thank you. We also want to respect so I have to appreciate Dr. Session. Thank you. Okay. Acceptable to this particular session. I would want to ask ourselves to be attending as a delegation visuals and we took the national anthem in the morning. Was made for in brother. Would we stand? Just all and proud to serve. My sovereign Lord. So we continue. University of Lagos, the rising sun, a fountain of excellence, a citadel of learning by the lagoon front, home of sound minds. Indeed, and true, we rise beyond the skies. Our mission is to uphold a great heritage where the nation's pride. With choice, scholarship, and excellence, great in knowledge and character, producing exemplary global leaders. God bless you. Running truth, we is beyond the skies. Our mission is to spread. Truth is beyond the skies. Our mission is to spread.
They are calling me Olawale. I'm not Olawale. Okay, it's director of CITES. That's Olawale. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and participants. It is a privilege to be in your midst this afternoon in this conference, Water Access Conference 2026. I guess the DVCNR is still coming, but before it comes, let me just use this opportunity to welcome everyone of us to this conference, which is for today and tomorrow. I want to believe that to be able to exchange knowledge and, more importantly, that we need to help us to move forward and contribute to great this country. So to say that at this time that you should all take hold of this opportunity to have a meaningful debate, discuss and raise pertinent questions that will be able to help us to think that the better for the system and to see the contributions we are making. So I want to welcome us once again and let's recognize that everything is very important in the course of this conference. Welcome to the rest of us, and I also say that whatever we have from this conference, let it be something that is going to add great value so in our various discipline. Thank you very much. That's someone internationally. This is the operation of our global partnership. Let's pass the for an important coming to the left hand now. I think
Good afternoon, Director Arimo, Director CITS, and also Grand PI, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are present here. I want to welcome every one of us, and please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Water access, we know that is a major issue in this country, and not just in this country, in Africa, essentially. And I think that this conference is coming at a time that is needed, the solution to our existing problems in Africa, because we must solve our problems by ourselves. And I know that this conference is totally packed, and I hope that every one of us will please make use of the resources that this conference brings and take away the lessons, not just for what has been done, but what we need to do in the nearest future concerning our environment and how to make it better. I say that please enjoy yourself at the end of this conference, and remember the takeaways, and let's use that as a stepping stone for further research. Welcome everybody. God bless you.
on the project at that time, on the session for the project. And everybody also have water. Because in Rwanda, they don't use the plastic bottle. But for that program, they have to entertain the plastic bottle. So that's how important water. And we have seen different research ideas that has come up today. But one thing that is much important is what Professor Amda said that time, that we need to get patent for most of this research, and we need to take them to the market, because that's what is being useful. Because if we do any research and we just left it on the shelf, it's not going to be useful for anybody. But we need to start using them. You're welcome, Prof. You're welcome, sir. Yeah. My own presentation will also be as brief as the MC have said. My own presentation is just a knicker. It's not a sketch this time. It's just a knicker, as he have said. And since the Deputy Vice Chancellor is around, so for him to talk, he just needs to take one or two things home. That at the end of all this research, we have to convert it to something that is going to be useful for the humanity. We need to commercialize it. If it's not being well packaged, we still need to look at it, again and again until it is being useful. We have discussed several things. We have looked at the sustainability aspect of it. We have looked at a way that is not going to affect. Imagine, somebody was just telling me that we have two neighbors. One has a borehole, a sink a borehole, and the other one has this toilet by the side. And the water from the borehole is from the toilet. And who are you to blame? So the researcher must think about, when you're solving a problem, you don't create a more complicated problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry. Chancellor, in this particular event, academic and research, and the research and said Professor of Microbiology, Professor research from this circumstance. I will be back to this time because it was lots of engagement. I will also go into the program to address that. And I actually go ahead. Please. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. The Director, Research Management Office, my dear brother, and very dear hardworking colleague, Professor Kunuga, the Director, Office of Global Exchange and Strategic Partnership, dear Professor Shuemimo, Professor Agumbiade, all of my colleagues here. I can see faces that I'm very, very familiar with. Good afternoon. Permit me to acknowledge the convener of the conference, a very, very hardworking personality, committed, faithful, ever ready, the person of Professor Amda. I know for sure that we're very lucky to have a Professor Amda with us. And for me and him, we are a partner. And I said a partner We'll be working together for quite some time. And anything that I'm sure he has hands in, just like anything that I have hands in, we will always support, and I will always support his work. Water Access Conference. Well, if we know how important water is, I would say there is nothing for me to say, because the last time I checked, I'm not sure Professor Agumbiade can help me, and Professor Fashanu also, you can help me. Maybe, yeah, Sakukoye also, he knows, he's a biochemist. When I see me Silpo, I don't see Silpo, I see biochemistry. Oh, Professor Showemimo can also help me. Last time I checked, water is, some people say life. Maybe our body mass, at least 70, at least, maybe more, but cannot be less. Can do with that food for a period of time. The length that you can stand without food varies from individual to individual, but you can't do without water. So if water is life, the water business is life business. I believe what you are doing here. Some people may say, oh, okay, what is it that we want to talk about here that is not known? The issue of water and the challenges of water is as old as biblical times. Nations have gone to war because of water. Nations are still going to war because of water. I don't want to talk about Strait of Hormuz, though. We all know that it's about water, isn't it? So, water access may not be potable water alone, maybe water for whatever we need water for. I want you to carefully and painstakingly and rigorously assess contributions from all the speakers. Maybe there will be points of innovation. I'm aware, I think I've become conscious enough when the issue of water and the wrapping of pure water in nylon became something. It was not like that before. It was never like that. And then suddenly some people came up with it. And then we are bogged down with it because it has done more. Well, don't let me go there. Let me just leave that. My charge to you is to take this seriously. Because if we do not continue to innovate around access to water, it may not be our generation, but generation yet unborn may query us. It may truly, truly query us. If we look at what is happening, let me take Unilag as an example. Some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware. So if what research is known already, if we are not inventing anyway, but we see that just research for the sake of gathering information. How do we move to the point of translation? Whatever you are going to decide here, please have action plan for implementation. If it does not get to the point of implementation where the benefit will accrue to the people, it's just mere research. People will publish, they will get promotion, they will go. And the problem will keep staring us in the face. And then there won't be any impact. I pray with the caliber of people who are here and who are going to be speaking, we may have one policy that will come out from this. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogishola, I want to declare the conference open. I want to thank you for listening to me.
And thank you for indulging me.
So, that's about the, like you said, such to without one, you cannot overstate water, and it's just it's not just about potable water. And from what I've listened since morning, I understand that water, it's just about drinking. A lot of things that water can actually do to ensure that to our own, to ensure that the sustainability of water is used. Since morning. So inviting me. I know it's not out of very most of the side of the stop. Together for Professor Police So, thank you very much. I'm also going to be very brief. I want an appreciation because if we call our leadership in the university and they refuse to come, we won't have this very beautiful conference. So I want to appreciate the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research for out of his very busy schedule. I'm almost tempted, we are almost tempted to cancel this conference because today is congregation, and virtually a number of us planning it's supposed to be there, but we just said no. It's an international conference. We have people from all over the world, and it will not be of a good image for the university for us to cancel it. So we want to appreciate the DVC. We're actually appreciating the VC, and then the DVC and the directors here, the pillar leads of Afretec, and every one of us. What I would just want to appeal to us is that we should look at how do we take this forward. Ideas that we can use to apply for other grants, ideas that we can use to produce patents, ideas that we can commercialize, ideas that we can use to generate new knowledge. We've talked about charge acquirers, we've talked about treatment processes, we've talked about digital innovations, and everything that we can use to come up with new ideas to attract more funds to the university, to attract more funds for development and all the likes of such. Having said that, I want to say thank you, and I will finally thank my Oga, the PI of the project, for giving me the opportunity to serve. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much for that. Sure. Participants, and trust me, it was the first time feeling for me. Of course, I know it does exist. Last year we had it, but I wasn't particularly privileged to be a part of that. This year, I wasn't just one of the participants, I was also one of the anchors. And trust me, it was really and quite elucidating for those who attended it. But that is, I'm beginning to see that the University of Lagos is getting ready at that research hall that continues to start conversations that can bring about change, in the most exciting manner. Participants of course, that's what the university, and I can understand that your university is quite huge. And it's such a noble idea. So to ensuring that at least the impact learning doesn't stop just at the four walls of the offices, but come into the classroom. Beyond what they teach in the classroom, they still go beyond and teach people just most intricate details to get to the top. I think that person deserves welcome. To shape conversation. The man was It gets better to everybody. It's everything. To see that. Let's dance what it's saying.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Because it's very difficult to see very big masquerade in the university like this. So I wouldn't want to waste their time or take too much of that, but I still need to share some important information which should actually be a source of motivation or guidance for every one of us. The RMO director, Professor Okunuga, is one of our big masquerade there. We had a congregation today. Prof was seated from 10 p.m. till after 2 when I was returning here. And he said, Director Minister, we are expecting you and you must come. And he said, I will be there. And he said, sir, the same thing applies to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research, who is also wearing a double cap today, representing the Vice Chancellor. When the LOC was constituted, I deliberately refrained from making myself prominent, not for anything. I believe that University of Lagos is specially blessed. So why should it be just that one person that will be seen every now and then? Let other people also showcase what they are capable of. So that was how we got to Professor Ogunbuade. He was the one sending the back end work. It was the one sending the to the DVC, everyone to any one of them till about 3 p.m. today that I sent a WhatsApp message to DVC right now. I don't think anybody could have wished for any greater honor than that. It was to meet with the Vice Chancellor. It preferred to us to be here. Sir, God will honor you. God will surely honor you. The same thing applies to Professor Shuwemi, the Director, Office of Global Engagement and Strategic. Strategic is very deliberate. That word strategic is a qualifying adjective telling us the kind of partnership that the university should be pursuing. Again, she was just coming from the VC's office when she was ambushed that we are here, and she's also here. So what's happening? This speech, I prepared this speech between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. this morning. When I got home, I said, what is this thing all about? Water access conference. I had time to really sit down. But I got the inspiration for this conference during Professor Lucas' inaugural lecture, which was water everywhere or something on a river. Exactly. Checks. Access. How do we get it? And how do we ensure that it is sustainable? Which means we have some groups working in different spaces of what? Water in the university, and they are not communicating. That is University of Lagos. And what happens in the University of Ibadan? Elsewhere, which means every unit is working in silos without having a. So I felt that we have an aspect of these projects that speak to what we call dissemination. How do we disseminate? You publish in journals, You organize workshop, right? And probably you do some books. But this, you are either speaking to yourself or you are having a monologue in which you are the one talking and nobody is giving feedback. So I said, can we adopt a situation? We will be sharing our experience alone. Every other person, scholar, that is working in the space of water will also come and do what? Tell us what they have done. At the end of the day, what we are looking forward to is to build what we call the African Water Security Research Consortium. So at the end of the day, we will synthesize efforts and then something else can come out of this. So I will not take too much time. I will just push on 3 items. I have protocol where I acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research. Thank you. Other principal officers, our deans and directors, particularly Director RMO, Director OGSP that is here with us. Our invited guest, keynote speaker, representative of the funder, our leads, our collaborators from Nairobi, leads from the academy, government, industry, and what have you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome us as the principal investigator of Afretec Inclusive Digital Transformation Project, strengthening water access and quality in selected African countries. But this water access conference goes beyond just discussing water access. So I'm just speaking. So you get a copy of this. It goes beyond water access. It speaks to a shared vision of Africans solving African problems. You can imagine some people, representative of the BC said, that our body is minimum of 70%. Still lack access to safe water, despite the abundance of knowledge that we came to have, the talent and natural resources we are blessed with. So this is the challenge of water security is no longer a simple public health concern. Rather, it faces food security, irrigation, social stability, gender equality. Change is even aggravating this challenge, urbanization and expanding informal settlement. So this project is therefore what we have done. We have adopted a different philosophy. Water security cannot be achieved by technology alone. Neither can it be achieved by policy. Then how can we achieve it? There are 3 pillars that are missing. Before now, we have science and technology. We have policy. The other bit is that we are not connecting technology that are going to use it. Those that are going to make it available. So in this project, from conception, implementation, to where we are, we will be what the community and we are here. So over the past 2 years, we have demonstrated that citizen science is not really a methodology, but a powerful development strategy that can actually spark space. Civil communities in Nairobi, Kigali. The outcome that we have gotten will be very encouraging. So far, we have produced 4 master students who is currently pursuing a doctoral program at University of Liverpool. We have produced about 5 papers. We also have a postdoctoral fellow working on that project. And to cap it all, 2 or 3 weeks ago, this project was shortlisted for $50,000 innovation grant from Afretec, even though we didn't make it. Out of about 52 projects that Afretec funded. So we were one of the 5 projects that were shortlisted for pilots total. So what is this saying? Is that to share this experience. So this conference is not intended simply to check our achievements. It is designed to chart the future in which we can have multi-country comparative studies, community-led feedback, so that African scholars with shared responsibility for continental prosperity can actually chart the path to that shared future. That this consortium, sorry, I'm coming. Our aspiration for this conference is far more ambitious than just showing our achievements. We intend to use this conference as the foundation for establishing an Africa Water Security Research Consortium. A multi-institutional, multi-sectoral, multi-country network addressing aspects of water security challenges across the continent. We recognize clearly with confusion that there are as many other groups working on the same thematic area, yet this effort are disparaged and disaggregated rather than being consolidated. That is the essence and motivation for this conference, so that in addition to sharing what has been, we can benefit from the experience of others in this space. Ultimately, we collectively build a continental consortium that is committed to solutions that are scalable and impactful. Now we are building industry, governments, development agencies, technology innovators, community organizations, citizens, and interests on a collaborative platform. It is better that joint research, shared infrastructure, postgraduate training, staff exchanges, collaborative education, development and scale up, engagement and large scale implementation. More importantly, can we envision an African largest citizen for water security, capturing community, analysis that can tell us what is happening in terms of contamination, pollution, revenue. It is becoming creators of knowledge. This is the future we seek. Thus, the first thing, strengthen water access and quality in selected African countries. Extend beyond the access. It is fundamentally about strengthening resilience, inclusion, advancing environmental justice, and empowering African communities to become active. That the next 2 ways, which we started hearing. From the distinguished scholars, practitioners, policymakers, working across diverse aspects of engineering, artificial intelligence, water surveillance, groundwater, filtration technologies, and review. And to add that as researchers, we have the responsibility not to publish papers, but to produce solutions. And as engineers, our responsibility extends beyond designing technologies. As Africans, our responsibility is to demonstrate that solutions to African water challenges can indeed emerge from Africa itself. On these notes, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the Afretec Network, Carnegie University Africa Campus, the Mastercard Foundation for providing the fund, the University of Lagos for providing the environment, our partner institution showing what is possible, the shared vision for continental prosperity, the University of Nairobi, our distinguished keynote speaker, not the organizing committee, our collaborating community, students, and every individual who has contributed to this success. As we officially declare the conference open as done by the Vice Chancellor, let us commit ourselves to stronger partnership. Smarter system, but more resilient communities. Not only scientific excellence, but lasting societal impact. Together, let us commit ourselves to the following goals. One, building an Africa where community enjoys safe, affordable, and sustainable access to water. Building an Africa where innovation serves humanity. An Africa water security research consortium that will change the future of continent for generations to come. We won't end this speech without a generous acknowledgement of the president of the local organizing committee, led by the individual fatigable professor Funsho Agbade. They did a price study to ensure that we have this conference. On behalf of the project team, CME Africa, Afretec Network, and the Mastercard, I sincerely thank the committee for an excellent conference. This notes, I want to thank everyone wish you all a highly productive and active conference. I invite you to enjoy the same environment of the University of Lagos. It's our pleasure to have you with us. And at the end of the day, I think we have cause to say this is where we are going for the next phase. Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. So as it is six, what more can be said? I think we can evaluate it. And I want to say activities as we split into sessions of two just side. Just this place, okay. So shows then if you participants of work can join. I said shows I can get arrange them. You can stay here. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, from our office. Yeah.
Our online colleague will be the online versions. I want to find out if Dr. Sabuya Atanda, are you online? Professor Wali? Professor
Yeah, I'm
Wali is
around.
there. I will can you please stop sharing from that end so I can share from here and control. Professor Wali's okay.
Yes, I'm around.
This presentation is on. Professor Wali, will you want to share from your hand?
You want me to share? Is my presentation now? I can share.
If you want to share from your hand, you can go ahead.
Okay. I was thinking my presentation is tomorrow, but no problem, is good. I can present. Are you seeing my presentation?
Okay. Just give us a minute so that we can empower, so that we can hear you better. Just a minute, please.
Bring it. My phone, I think I should put that one to the man.
When we are ready, we would speak to. Okay. Professor Lee, you can start now. Are you, sir? We have not been able to hear you.
You are not sure. Can I send it to you? Can I put it in the? Let me put it in the box, in the drive.
We can see it, so you can make your
Okay.
presentation.
I was thinking that you are not seeing it.
No, we can see it. We can't hear you initially, but we can hear you now.
Yeah, I wasn't talking. Can I continue? Hello, can I proceed?
Go ahead, sir.
What is happening? Sorry, let me see. What is this one showing? I need to put this in on the side because they are covering my presentation. What is happening? I have this issue that here I pause, show meeting. Sure. Okay. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this particular opportunity. I am presenting a research work that is also part of the Afretec inclusive digital transformation project, which was conducted in Rwanda. So the main issue was we were to see how to make a contribution to the Vision 2050 of the government of Rwanda, and then its short-term implementation strategy on how to achieve universal access to water by 2029. So when we started the project, we were looking for the actual target was the groundwater. So we went ahead to select some of the 6 spring within the city of Kigali, and then to monitor and understand the water quality of this particular situation before we decide on what we want to do. So understanding the whole situation, going back to the global situation, about 2.2 billion people have no access to safe managed drinking water, and about 800,000 people annually died because of waterborne related diseases. And in sub-Saharan Africa, about 481 million have unsafe water sources. If we come back to Rwanda, we see that only about 84% have access or coverage by of water, and then within the Kigali, 50 to about 72 of the protected spring have been coliformed, so the bacteria and other issues. So when you look at our own research is intended to fit within the global, continental, and regional strategies to ensure that we contribute to the achievement of the vision, sustainable development goal related to water and sanitation. Now, the assessment we conducted reveals that almost all the selected spring that we selected, we analyzed and monitor. About 6 sampling were conducted, and each one indicate that there is coliform bacteria, and also the pH. These are drinking water. The pH is below 6. And then we also have issue of turbidity and the copper, and also in the water. So to think of what to do, these are the whole situation here explained. So to think of what we we set an objective that we wanted to make a contribution to improve drinking water for those who are using the spring water within the city of Kigali. And some of the objective we targeted is to identify the candidate technologies that can be used to improve this quality, develop the weight evaluation criteria for assessing, and then apply the multi-criteria analysis to ensure that we can select which kind of technology is the most suitable, and then provide the recommendation for implementation. So this is the city of Kigali within Rwanda, and then the selected spring are all protected spring and are located within the city of Kigali. You can see them here. So this is some of the way they look. These are the protected spring, and then people are using them for drinking water and also domestic related activities. So what we selected, the technology we selected are the well-known useful technologies that are that have been serving the population, but then none of them can handle the issue of the coliform, copper, and also the pH at the same time. So we selected this particular 7 stepping technologies and test them again this particular matrix that we develop. So the matrix was just these are the steps for the matrix that we develop to ensure that we can be able to assess each and every spring. So 24 criteria were used, and then which were divided into 6 domains, and then with 18 expert decision making. So these are the domain we took, the technical aspect, which deal with the aspect of pathogen and the chemical issues, then the economics, which deal with the cost, and then the affordability of the technology, and the environment, as well as social, climate, and institutional, which is dealing with the maintenance related. So these are the for each domain. These are the parameters that were tested or were measured in terms of analysis to get the weighted parameter so that we can calculate which of these particular parameter can do. So this is the first one for the technical, and these are for the economical. As we go here, we have for the social and institutional, all those particular parameters are here and were detailed. When we conducted analysis, and then these were all the 24 criteria were weighted from 0 to 9, and for each kind of the technology. And then after the assessment, we were able to find out that if you look at this, so biosand filter with calcic, which is used for the treatment for correction of pH, were the best technology that can be used for that. So we, in our own situation, adopted this, and I think that we are already we have already designed, but the design was not presented here. We have already designed the technology, and we are going to test it in the laboratory. After testing in the laboratory, we will be deploying it in the field or to the selected families first to do, and then we also identify people, that is the water users, that are going to be used for citizen science to understand and get information related to the technology and also other aspects of water quality to be done. So this is the expected structure of the filter. It was not presented here, but these are some of the layers that are going to be there in the filters. And then if you see, based on the matrix, these are the performance that we are expecting to see within this particular filter system if they work. We are going to have 3 same identical filters, no, not identical, with the same material but different layering pattern, so that we can test and find out which layering pattern is the most suitable for treatment of this particular parameter. So we are expecting, if this succeed, it will be deployed, and also training will be conducted so that people can be able to construct this particular technology at household level, and they use it for treatment of their water. So this is also the expected benefit in economical term, in social, in environmental, social, and economical term of for the filter when we get it ready. So what are the strategical recommendations that we are making here? Is that there should be national household water treatment system standard that should be adopted by the Rwanda Standard Board so that they can be able to ensure that people are having access to improve quality of water. We also work with the WASAC, that is Water and Sanitation Authority of the of Rwanda, which is in charge, that is the utility company that is in charge of water supply in Rwanda. We also want them to work together to adapt this particular technology if successful. And we also targeting that if this technology become work well, then the local manufacturing enterprise will be used and to give them the technology to ensure that the technology can be reproduced and then be used by the people both in Rwanda and between. And we are also expecting that after when we deploy this to the population, we are also going to use citizen science and digital platform to monitor water quality and how this particular technology is working. So that is all what we did, and we think that this is a very important issue that need to be handled. We want to acknowledge the support by the Afretec, that is African Engineering and Technology Network. We also we are grateful to the University of Lagos and the University of Nairobi for collaboration, and we also for the organization of this particular conference by the University of Lagos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wale. It's a pleasure to hear that you've been able to develop materials that can be uptaken to produce treatment of water. And I can see in one of your slides that the materials has very low life cycle cost, which is very, very important for sustainability. Very quickly, I wouldn't know whether there are questions or comments from the audience to Professor Wale. I think we have, if the participants are online, 2 more presentations, but very quickly we can interact with Professor Wale. Any question? Okay. There's a question.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Wale. It was quite insightful.
I'm not hearing.
I do not know much about Rwanda, so my question would be more important to get some enlightenment. I would like to know what is the most effective treatment technology currently used for water, currently used now in Rwanda, and your recommendation, how does it improve what is currently being used now in Rwanda? Thank you.
So in Rwanda, there is different technologies that are available in the market. Actually, I was able to go through the market and see there is different ranges of prices, but I can most of them, they are not locally produced. Most of the things that were produced locally, there was problem with uptake. So it is very difficult to mention which technology is the most cheapest here in Rwanda. The local people are taking the water and then they drink it immediately from the spring without treatment. So one of the target issue we wanted to do was also to organize the public enlightenment, where we are going to invite the representative from the district and others to inform them about the situation of the water and also to advise them on the way and the manner they should improve the quality of water before drinking it. But I cannot exactly say what is the cheapest technology now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We would want to rest that presentation there. Please stay with us. I wouldn't know whether Dr. Atanda is online. Then there was a presentation that was supposed to even be the very first one. Silas Ojimajo. Or is it Ahmed Usman? We want to know who is online out of those two, because it seems as if those are the two presentations that are left for us. Is anyone of them speaking? Okay. Seems as if they are not online. Okay. Probably I will make because I'm part of the authors, permit me to make the presentation for my group. Atanda was my PhD student. He has defended, he's graduated. Thank you very much. I want to stand on the existing protocol. The key concept of this work is for us to look at green technology, nanotechnology particularly, because everybody is talking about nano. And we are not very, very sure that everything nano is safe, because at that level, it's penetrable, it can penetrate into living tissues and create a lot of problems. The key thing we were looking at is more of dealing with microorganisms. We were using chitosan. We developed chitosan as a material that can be used for removal of pollutants. And particularly, it has been established that chitosan has antimicrobial activity. Then we also look at the possibility of dealing with the problem of heavy metals, industrial dye, pharmaceutical residues, and inadequate treatments. The current technology that is designed, that we are using for water treatment, are not designed especially for pharmaceuticals and some of these contaminants. If we look at the conventional treatment and we want to compare it to green nano, conventional treatment is relatively expensive, it's chemical intensive, it is difficult to deploy in rural communities. But if we look at nanomaterials have very high absorption property, because basic chemistry tells us that when you reduce particle size, you increase surface area. So if you are using a very small material, you are increasing the particle size and you are increasing the absorption capacity. Another thing is that when you nanosize a material, it has very good surface area. It has surface activity. It has good active site. Then they are renewable, they can be produced from renewable source. Like the chitosan we use, we got it from shell of snail. But so many other crustaceans can be used to produce chitosan. Then because it is low cost, we have that belief that the fact that it is waste material, it's low cost. It's still questionable, because the moment you valorize a waste, it is not a waste. It will become, the cost can start to change. Then we look at the fact that it's a circular economic system, in which case you have a waste that is used and you want to reuse it. So the gap in literature, the gap is that there are evidences that we can have a lot of materials from waste that we can valorize, we can put value to, so that it can be useful for various things. Sorry, it seems as if. Okay, so what we did here is to provide a structured review of literature between the year 2019 to 2026, looking at over 80 publications, and we were able to see that there are massive information on green for synthesizing nanomaterials. There are informations on mechanism by which these materials are acting, either that they diffuse through the membrane of microorganism, or they enter the membrane of microorganism, or when they diffuse through the membrane of microorganism, they enter into the microorganism and block the microchondria. So many other things that they can do. Then we look at absorption performance, we look at the practical development, deployment that they can practically deployed, and the likes of that. In any case, what we're saying is that there are evidence in the literature that what we are proposing or what we are talking about is workable. What are some of the waste materials that we can use to produce all these things that we are talking about? Carbonaceous material in general. You have moringa, oleifera, that's common moringa. Moringa has been established to have strong coagulative capacity. So it can coagulate and make particles to come together, and then you can separate them after it has flocculated. Then we have rice husk. I have a number of students that have been working because rice husk has very high silica. And from there, we are even looking at using the silica as a source of, though it may look too much scientific, theoretical, as a source of producing solar cells. So it has very high quantity of silica. Then we are using snail shell. Snail shell can be used for titosan, it can be used for hydroxylapatite. One of my students, I made a presentation on that today. Then we can use it, we can use palm shell. It has very high quantity of silica. We can use the peel of cassava, sugarcane bagasse, and the likes of that. All these can be used for production materials that can be used for water treatment. And we, just like we mentioned, moringa, have been used to produce iron. Moringa is used as a capping agent, in which case iron can then be used, the iron nanomaterial can then be used for removal of toxicants from chromium 6 down to lead. What are we trying to do here? Is abundant in the Nigerian water system. So we can precipitate iron from the water system, pap it with moringa, and use it for removal of other contaminants. What about use its application in the removal of dye? One of my students, I made a presentation today, okay, not today here, but I made a presentation using materials that are prepared, hydroxylapatite, to remove methylene blue. Methylene blue is common in textile industry, is one of the textile waste, and we are looking at the use of materials that are porous materials for removal of methylene blue. There's even a concept of preparing iron that is magnetic in nature, using it together with clay and other materials, flocculate it in the water system, and use a magnet to put it down before you then, so which means you will just have the material in powder form, you mix it with your water, you put it on a magnet material, the magnet will put down the material, then you can decant and use the product. So in any case, those are some of the, but the issue still remains that the toxicity level of nanomaterials is still an emerging area of knowledge. In the space of toxicology and the likes, we will need to engage them because some of these interpretation requires caution. And what are some of those issues? The fact that, yes, there could be toxicology issues. There could be the fact that we are still synthesizing. The fact that there are still very single contaminant system studies and not combination of systems. I recall Professor Flash really small contaminant trace level. Then most often than not, most of these studies are batch studies. There are concepts of even providing which you just soak in your water system, and reuse and continue to. So short contact time, limited regeneration test, and some of these issues are some of the things that we'll need to continue to interrogate. These are some of the areas of research that we continue to look at. There are still need for us to look at when we are doing most of these studies, we do it with single contaminants. We prepare a simulated wastewater and test. But when you go into the matrix, there are so many things that can affect the result. Then continuous flow process instead of batch process. We can use fixed bed processes. Then multiple regeneration cycle. We've always talked about the fact that when you are doing adsorption, it's as if you are moving the pollutant from one place to the other. But when we have the possibility of dissolving it, generating and long-term multiple regeneration will give us idea of how sustainable the process is. Then long-term material stability and ecotoxicological assessment. We want to be sure that materials that we are dealing with have long-term stability. So future research priority is for us to have, we have said this extensively today, for us to move from laboratory to community adoption. Moving it from laboratory, then we'll do a pilot study, in which case we are looking at point of use, proof of concept, and all the road that. Then continuous flow treatment, real tropical water system, environmental safety, before we then say, oh, community, you can adopt this. In any case, there will be continuous regulatory framework. We are applying for a grant, a water challenge grant. We just apply for it, trusting that we will get it. And one of the key issues is how do we want to meet regulatory framework? In which case, if the regulator is saying this is a concentration level to which treatment must be or water must be, how are we going to make sure we get to that? Then cost analysis, cost benefit analysis. So as I run, the key takeaway is that we have a lot of ways that we can valorize. We have a lot of ways that we can use, we can change and use for water treatment. However, we need to talk about the fact that, yes, they have high removal efficiency. We have demonstrated that under laboratory conditions. We want to look at what is the removal efficiency under real-life conditions. We also want to emphasize that taking it up to pilot scale, taking it up to real deployment is very, very essential, very fundamental. I want to say thank you to everyone for listening. I think that is where we may end for today. For questions on what the last presenter presented, and after which, because the other participants that we thought should be here is not with us, or is Silas with us now, or anyone of the team of Silas? Okay. So any question for the presenter? The presenter is the one moderating himself. Okay. Please, there is a mic around somewhere there.
Thank you so much for an insightful presentation. I got in here and I heard some very interesting things, like we are not just looking at water to drink just for drinking, but for other uses too. Now, we've had a very beautiful presentation. Are we looking at just this water now just for drinking or for other things that we can, for other uses?
Thank you very much for that question. Water usage is in its entirety. However, the level of purity for various usages differs. So in any case, the water I'm going to use to bath may not require very high purity compared to the one I'm going to use to cook or drink. So in any case, the highest level of purity is the one that is for drinking, cooking. One level of purity can be for other domestic uses. There have been studies. When I went to India, there were studies that were designing together with Parimela on the use of how to deal with grey water. Grey water is the water that we use in domestic activities. The one we use in bathing, the one we use in washing plates, and all the likes of that. How we can collect it and recycle it for other uses. But there are even some water that you use for irrigation may not necessarily be very high purity. For instance, water you use for irrigation, if it has phosphate and nitrate, is even nutrient. But if you want to drink it, that is not acceptable. So in any case, the level to which we are looking at purification is drinking and cooking. But if we want to also look at other uses for domestic purposes is also very good, because the cost of purifying for drinking and cooking is higher than you can just even filter the ones you want to use for other uses if you are having doubt about its quality. But in any case, the water space is not only about drinking and cooking, it's about all uses of water, but the level of purity, they differ. Yeah.
So my concern now becomes, we're looking at this, just like you said, not just for drinking. There are other uses that we would want to use water for: washing, especially for students. Yeah, it may not necessarily just be drinking. They're looking at it for washing and all that. Now, with what you have said, is it, have we brought it to a point where we can say, okay, students, we don't need so much regulation, the bodies to come in, but you can use this for washing and other things? I think that would be useful if that comes, because there are, apart from drinking, which a lot has gone into drinking of water, but then maybe less in other things like washing, that which would be useful to the students in Unilab.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, you're very correct, because there is what we call health risk assessment studies, in which you are looking at various uses, and the route of exposure may differ. We have the route of exposure from injection. That's the one you drink or you heat during eating. Then there is the one through dermal system. And we cannot say that because we are using it to wash our body, that the body system cannot allow some of them to go in. So there is also a measure of absorption that can occur through the skin. So we will not now say that, okay, because this is drinking, then you can just use any kind of water to bath. There are studies that we have conducted, other people have conducted, that also look at the exposure risk tendency from bathing, exposure risk tendency from drinking, and so many other areas. And at the end of the day, we can say, oh, if water has this concentration of contaminants, the exposure risk is high or the exposure risk is low. But we will continue to conduct studies within that area and communicate it to students, communicate it to the university community. I remember that there was a time we were carrying out a study, and Professor Ibrahim was the director of international office, and he was curious because we are using all the water system within the University of Lagos, trying to look at what is their quality, though the quality may vary from time to time, but we collected samples from various places in the University of Lagos. A master's student carried out that study from residents, from student hostels, and we're looking at the quality of the water. So we are still working, and we are working within that space too. Thank you. Okay, Prof. Sir.
Thank you again, Professor Kambiaje, for that insightful presentation. In the course of your presentation, something just bothered me, and it's around membranes that we recycle. When we recycle membranes, at that point, we concentrate the contaminants. At the waste disposal policies around it, most of the time, I think we send them back to that circle. And I think we should begin to look at regulations on how to protect.
Okay, Dr. Yunusa.
Exactly. So let me also give like a follow-up question. And in as much as, just to quickly test what she said, in as much as we are trying to look at the level of purity to classify how water is being used, I just still want to make it clear that there are actually reasons to do this. If I have very clean water, I can use it to wash my clothes. So we are addressing a particular sustainable development goal, which is SDG. So we should always put that at the back of our mind as to the reason why we're making these selections. So also, I wanted to ask if that is actually the reason. Because my question is, I need clarification on why the green is in front of the nano material you're using. Is that the justification for why it is green? Are they recycled? Yeah, can you recycle them? And if you can recycle them, how will it go? Then the second thing is, I will need, how do you classify the nanomaterials? How were you able to classify them into non-green, maybe blue or green? And how do you justify and how do you measure when this material will actually lose the ability to be green? If I say, okay, this is a green nanomaterial, what is the yardstick for measuring that? And how do you, so I will need you to actually shed more light on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I will start with the green question because it's related to others. In the nanospace, well, when we say something is green, nanomaterials are generally materials within 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer. But when you synthesize or produce that material from toxic sources, from sources that the products is not what we are looking at as to the toxicity of the sources, of the product, but the source that you use to produce it. If it's toxic, it is non-green. For instance, virtually all metals are toxic, but everything is toxic. Even if you want to, if you don't agree with me, go and jump into the lagoon and expect water not to kill you. Because it's a function of the mass, the quantity, the concentration. But when you have something at a very low concentration and it's toxic, it becomes very, very toxic. For instance, we talked about green iron. Iron is useful in our body system, hemoglobin, blood system, which makes it okay. So in any case, if we now use a plant material that is also non-toxic to produce material of iron, the iron and the plant material that are the sources are green because they are natural base, they are needed, they are okay for use. Selenium is very useful in arthritis, complexing some of the ligands that are responsible for problem of people use as supplements. And you can then, I did a work, I did a work with Dr. Olude that we also got a grant of Afretec. And in that work, we were looking at producing selenium as a supplement for fish. And if we produce selenium and we are using very toxic chemicals to produce it, that's not green. We use spirulina, which is an algae. We extracted it and we use it as a tapping agent, which will make it green in production. So it's a means of production. If you are using toxic material to produce something that you think is useful, it's not green. Now, and that brings us to there have been argument and counter-argument within the scientific community as to whether adsorption is the best way for treating water. Because you removed all kind of contaminants. After removing it, you regenerate because you want to reuse. What do you do to what you regenerated from, what you use to remove from? But the argument has always been that at least we have been able to purify the water that we use. We don't have to look at what are the other uses to which we can put the waste that we remove. So, if, for instance, I am treating water that contains lead, and I've been able to remove lead, and I want to regenerate and I remove the lead from the material, then I will have to probably look at who can I sell lead to? Who can I use lead for? Those are questions that have not been fully explained, but we must consider it in the total life cycle of our research work in such a way that we will not be in a situation where we are solving a problem but creating another one. We must look at how best do we make positive use of whatsoever we remove. For metals, there is no solution than for us to still continue to use adsorption and look at how to recycle. But for organic pollutants, because organic pollutants can be mineralized, can be completely It's just like you have a wood and you burn it, you convert it to carbon dioxide. So that's the way organic pollutant can also be oxidized in water system, and it becomes carbon dioxide and water, and it becomes safe. But from inorganic materials, metals, you cannot destroy them, but you can destroy organic contaminants. So the question is something that we must continue to interrogate and look at how best do we deal with all these contaminants. Thank you. So we will cap today with that. Okay.
Just a quick one. We have in our midst one of the invited guests who is also with us in Afretec is the director of STC, Entrepreneurship Skills Development Center. So a person of Dr. Odotunde. So thank you so much, Prof, for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you, sir.
Give us a short goodwill message. Other pillars have given us. So we'd like to hear a short goodwill message, because I think you're also a pillar lead, a quick pillar lead of, so please, a short.
Hello, yeah. I'm so sorry. I've been at the meeting all day. This is my fourth, actually, today. So we all know what it is in the university today. Everybody is so busy. So if not that Dr. Yenusa actually called me, I was like, I can't keep myself. Let me just sit back and rest, because it's going to be all night again. So let me say that it's nice being here with you. And I have the information of several beautiful things that has been coming from this pillar. And I'm so impressed. And as the new director of Entrepreneurship Center, I want to believe that we are going to be doing a lot together. And we are also hoping that some of the things that will come from conferences like this is something that we can also scale into business. We are hoping that that will be. So it is my pleasure to be here with you. And I say lovely to every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll continue this conference tomorrow. Tomorrow is not more of technical sessions, but we'll have panel discussions, discussing some of our results, some of our findings, some of our work, some of the lessons we've learned from it. And we'll also be engaging the community people. We will be starting by 9, so I want us to come early, because you know that tomorrow, Friday is always half day, and there will be need for us to, I'm not sure. But so we can continue to interact, continue to discuss, but tomorrow, by the grace of God, we'll close the conference discussing other things. And we're looking at opportunities, looking at other grants we can apply for together, collaborate. I want to close, before I hand over to the PI, by saying that design your research work, design your study where money is, because there are spaces that grants are. I'm a chemist. I could have decided to be doing chemistry of this solvent effect of that, but I told myself, why would I be doing that when there are problems in water, climate change, and all the likes of that? So I would design my work and be producing materials that can be used for carbon capturing, or producing materials that can be used for food security, producing materials that can be used for water. And when everybody asks me where am I will say I'm in water. I'm in climate change. If you consider I keep saying I'm in chemistry, they'll just look at, who is this dry man that is talking about how this solvent can affect these polars, whether it is polar or. Let's design our studies, our career
and where the money is. Find out where the money is and be in that space. By saying money grant, I have students that are working and looking at antimicrobial materials that can be used for dealing with antimicrobial resistance and other things like that. So let's please design our research work, our study around where the money is. Thank you. That's my own closing remark. Over to the PI. Thank you, sir. Good day once again. I want to thank every one of us. It's been a wonderful experience sharing session. As the chairman LOC said, what we look forward to is that at the end of tomorrow, I think, as I said, the vision is to have what we call the Africa Water Security Research Consortium. I'm so much keen, and University of Lagos should be so much keen on this. We have people in chemical engineering, we have people in mechanical engineering, there are people working around reticulation, we have people in systems engineering. I know our father there is the father of the transport phenomenon when it comes to aquifer and whatever. So a lot is happening, and then we are doing all this in silos. There is technology aspect of what we are looking at, the access and security. There is the science aspect of it. There is innovation aspect of it. There is sustainability aspect of it. There is policy aspect of it. There is resilience aspect of it. There is business aspect of it. And is a whole country of ecosystem that we think this is the way to go. We will have, just call it a dissemination workshop, and we'll be talking to ourselves. But we know that people are doing other things in that space. Let them also come and share. And that is what we have had today. Into, for instance, the various other technologies that Professor Agundeade, selection matrix that Wally presented, and our sister who is a geophysicist, she also came from. So you could see, if we combine all this, and as I always say, I picked this from Madame Vice Chancellor, and it has stuck with me. What is 0 of 100? Okay, 0% of 100. What is 1% of 100? So what she is saying, which I became a convert of, is that when you share, it becomes community ownership. Everybody has a stake. But if you want to be alone, like NURTW, even we think they don't know what they are doing. They are very smart. They are strict. They say shop alone, die alone. So it's that kind of that we can always. So that's what I look forward to. I think they are promising us some cocktail this evening. It has been confirmed. Okay, so we can take this discussion back to the cocktail session that we again. He shouldn't take his work, but I think it has been a wonderful session. Today I'm fulfilled. What I wanted to achieve, I think I've achieved it. Just icing the cake in a session. This same ecosystem that I think exists, which I've just been able to confirm. This is one of our very young students. I think you're in 400 level. You can imagine. So I think for me, I'm fulfilled as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. So I would say thank you to every one of us. This together and
speaking to the chairs in this possible to appreciate you, and please still make tomorrow also possible by coming. And let's speak together. Let's look at how to move forward. I want to make one or two announcements. Yes, there is cocktail immediately after now. For participants that do not have access to the Google documents, because virtually all these presentations, except one or two, are in the Google document, so you can have access to it anytime, any day, once you have your email. So you, if you're on the WhatsApp platform, just send a message that you want to have access to the Google document, or so if you're on the WhatsApp platform, the Google document link is already there, so you can look through the program of events, the presentations, the posters, everything is within the Google document, so we can always have access to it. If those are our guests that are not full participants and they want to have access to the Google document too, we can always send the link because we want to be, it's about digital and digital and digital. So we don't want everything to be in print, very, very little things in print. So everything is online for us to have access to. As it may, I want to say thank you. We'll see you tomorrow by the grace of God. I need also to appreciate all the people online. Thank you. Dr. Ibuku, we appreciate your coming online. And every other one that was online, we say thank you to everyone. We hope to also see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Wali, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So